Welcome to the sixth round of the broadcasting of the European Individual Championship 2023 here in Serbia. I got a great honor and privilege to host today legendary GM, President of European Chess Union, Grandmaster Zurab Azmaiparashvili. First of all, would you like to share your experiences with us about Serbia, about organization of this tournament, and how do you like everything so far?
Hello, thank you very much for invitation to have a live broadcast together. So, first your question, okay, this is traditional question about the country. Of course, I'd like to visit Serbia. I have been often, but not in Vrnjacka Banja, unfortunately. I just learned from my childhood this place because I'm Georgian, and Nona Gaprindashvili, it was a favorite place for her because she became a challenger after tournament in '61 and later world champion. So it's a memorable place for Georgians. But I visited first time, and I'm first time here. Before I have been several times in Belgrade, several times in Novi Sad. Novi Sad was quite successful, if you remember 2009 when I was captain of the Azerbaijani team. We became a champion of Europe, and it was a great success. Actually, the success of Azerbaijan chess started from this event. We remember then later on they became 3 times champion. Vrnjacka Banja, the place I like very much. It reminds me, of course, the Georgian resorts, also thermal resorts, where, you know, it's a fantastic nature, and now weather we have also very good. And for playing condition for chess players, it's fantastic when you have a when you stay in the hotel, when playing hall in the hotel, and when you have such a beautiful park just in front of the hotel where you can walk and refresh your mind.
Yes, chess players like it so much. Thank you for organizing it here. Today is the Women's International Day. So there are so many women competing here. Who do you think is the best of all these women? Also, you were a coach of absolutely the best woman ever in chess, Judith Polgar. So congratulations, but also you were a coach of one of the absolutely the best men in chess, Gary Kasparov. So can you please tell us? And
I think I would say like this: I was lucky to be coach of such a persons and personalities like Judith and like Gary. Just okay, you really have to be lucky. Otherwise, you know, there are a lot of grandmasters with very good knowledge, but not everyone become too close to the royal family. Let's say like this. Of course, they were both personalities were different. But I would say that from Gary, of course, I learned a lot. I learned a lot as a chess player. If I become then stronger chess player, I think one of the success was because working with him. Actually, he was generating so many ideas that it's impossible that in your chess life it will not affect it. So. About Judith, it was a very difficult period for me to say, to be honest. Sometimes people have a difficult period, and having when they invite me, Judith's father actually to be coach of Judith, it was really luck for me because I came out from the stress which I was facing at that moment. And at the same time, we become very, very good friends. And, you know, a few months ago, I remember one story about the blitz game, how many blitz games you play. And I remember with Judith, we decided to play 100 games once, the matches, 10 games. And okay, I lost. Quite impressive score. I think about 54 to 46. But today I can be very proud about the result. That time I was very angry. But, you know, Judith was, and she is in chess. Gary chose different life. In his way, he became more known later as a politician or political person. But Judith stay always in chess, and both ways I respect. Both are different persons, but I like, for me, more close it's Judith's way, and that's why always I'm supporting her, and we continue our friendship. And I'm visiting Budapest, for example, every year when Global Chess Festival is coming.
Nice.
So about the tournament here, of course, we are witnessing a lot of chess players, of female chess players. Today I have a special occasion to congratulate all of them. And once again, I want to wish all of them a very successful life, and to be nice, beautiful, and to be dream of the thousands and millions of men. Yeah. I'm sure that we have a very strong player here, for example, Alexandra Garechkina, who just was very close to become a world champion. But she will have another opportunities, I'm sure, in the future also to succeed one day to take a crown. We have plenty of the strong female chess players. I hope that some of them, they will fight for the places, qualification places. If they will not succeed, then after a few days, just finishing the tournament in Vrnjacka Banja, they can move to Montenegro, where they can play the female championship and be more successful there.
Tell me, do you think, since you have a fantastic coaching experience and you've been working with so many strong chess players, do you think that there is a woman who could possibly challenge in the future Judith Polgar?
To challenge Judith Polgar, of course.
Or her strength?
Of course, I'm sure. First of all, you know, if you analyze the situation, I can, in my memory, of course, I know quite well Chinese world champion Yufan, of course, Yufan. I'm talking about Yufan, who have all talent and everything to become second Judith Polgar. She chose different way. She continued to study in England, which is also not bad. And one day she decided just to quit the active chess. We cannot judge the people, but I can tell you that she has such chances. Generally, frankly speaking, I'm still wondering why female players are not the same level of the men. Really, I'm wondering about this, because in many kind of the life, they are quite successful, even more successful than men.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that something like, I believe that mostly that, you know, when probably it's coming from childhood, when they are training the chess, maybe the trainers, they have an influence about this, putting in the mind that, you know, they can be very strong, but okay, there are the men who never can be beaten. No, it's not like this. And Judith's example was actually when I started coaching her, one of the targets, actually, I was surprised very much that she was very much motivated and concentrated to become a world champion. Okay, she could not. She could not succeed. She beat the world champions. She did everything, but she could not become a challenger for a title. But if there will be many Judith, what I say, many Judith, so one day don't be surprised that will happen this also.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that day. Also,
yeah, of course, we are waiting.
Speaking of your chess career, because when I was a kid and when I was just younger, you were one of my most favorite chess players.
Really?
To be honest. Yeah.
Why? Because
we even once played on ICC and I was beaten badly with 0.
No.
To tell you a secret.
Yeah.
So, do you still play those D6 and G6?
No, I play completely stupid games, 1 minute game in chess.com, and I don't like, because today it's a lot of cheaters, to say the truth, and very difficult to avoid this, and emotionally it's not easy when you feel, you have a full feeling that this guy is cheating you. It's not nice, really.
Speaking of cheaters, how do you actually fight in chess, and are you actually successful enough in fighting all those anti-cheating, you know, like people?
Unfortunately, I would say that we are not so successful how we like to be, because probably, you know, the punishment should be more serious. Sometimes, you know, when people say that ban for life, maybe it's too strong, but at least we have to, in this way, also concentrate. Second, what I believe, many chess players, strong chess players, they can help in this direction, and because when we analyze, for example, panel of the people who are the anti-cheaters, let's say, like this anti-cheating, their chess level is not so high, to say the truth. I believe that if you will be involved more GMs in this business, who will have also skill which we need to clarify, to find out the cheaters, it will be more successful, because you know the feeling, this panel should have also feeling where they can cheat, because today we have a smart cheaters, we have not idiots today. Exactly. This is smart cheaters because they are not cheating every move. They are cheating generally. What we say, you know, once upon a time, when we analyze, even 10, 15 years ago, what is the advantage of the cheating in the big tournaments? Let's say, like the strong player, how many times he need to be advised? 2-3 times per game? Not more. Not more. And these 2-3 times is enough. This is a main problem for me today. Of course, this internet cheating is different, because internet cheating finally, online games, it's just for fun and not for serious, because if you are playing serious tournament, then it's hybrid, and in hybrid, it's quite difficult to cheat. But in general, you know, that's more or less this 15 minutes delay, somehow it's helping. It's helping. It's helping. It's unfortunate, to say the truth, that when you have a live video stream and 15 minutes delay of the game, and when it's not in unison, of course it's not nice, yeah. But from the other side, it's better to prevent cheating than to have everything in live.
Yeah. I just want to ask you one more thing. For example, when I spoke to lots of GMs in the past, and they just told me the problem is not those are not a problems. I mean, those weak guys who are just cheating. Mm-hmm. The problems are some good GMs, strong guys, yes, who actually, just like you said, yes, make like yes, one advice or twice a game, and that exactly should be enough.
So smart cheaters are the biggest problem here, and this okay. Always it's a challenges. I don't know with whom we must cooperate, but. Definitely the system which have, for example, security services, mm-hmm, intelligence services, how to say, they will not give for free for us, and they will be very expensive to find out. Exactly. But we have to work on this direction somehow. I don't know. You know, the cheater have to know that even after 1 year, will be find out that he was cheating, he will be banned. So this is strong. For example, you know, many times I'm giving this Singapore example. How Singapore fight once upon a time with the smokers, with the smokers, actually with the people who are throwing out cigarette in the street or from the balcony and etc. They hire people who are monitoring them and making the report, and the guys they were getting without knowledge, they don't know, they were getting paper with a penalty, $500, $1,000. So finally they stopped this because, you know, they don't want to pay the money. Here also should be some kind of this, even financial penalty. It should
so
be.
The secret is in money.
Any kind of penalty, yeah, it's penalty. You know, nobody likes to be punished. Nobody, and just the punishment have to be adequate.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so would you mind to analyze as such a renowned chess player, chess coach? Guys, just once again, I have to tell you, Zurab Azmayperashvili's peak rating was 27.03. Even nowadays, he's like way better than most of the guys in this tournament, 26.37. So I'm really privileged to actually get a chance to analyze these games with you. So let's go. This is Nguyen.
Yeah, this is board number 1, yeah. 100% Korobov, yeah?
Korobov is doing fantastic here.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, he's a very good player generally. Sometimes, okay, maybe he's not playing so successful, but generally he's a very good player, yeah. Korobov, and very talented. Well, Nguyen, you know, now they have finally, they approach the normal, how they call it, this Queen's Indian, yeah?
It's kind of
Yeah.
Bongo Indian.
Yeah,
Queen's
okay,
Indian, yeah.
like this, but he starts with E6 and bishop before check. This,
Yeah.
I think mainly he was trying to win psychological war in the beginning. Now, okay, everything established, and we are witnessing just a normal opening. Nothing special. Let's go for
Let's
more.
go to the next one. Safarli against Korkolos.
Yeah, Safarli against Korkolos, yeah.
Safarli used to be also 2700 guy. He dropped a lot, but now he's coming back.
Yes, you know, this is a advantage and disadvantage for young starting young people. You know, when they have an easy life. I mean, they're successful quite easy way. They think that all life will continue like this. Then they don't care about that they're young and they have to take everything from the life. And they are missing this momentum, how actually our friend El Taj, he did. And it's nice to hear that he's coming back, of course. Always it's good because he was a great talent in Azerbaijan. I would say almost on the level of the trio, of Azerbaijani trio. Mamedzarov, of course, Rajabov, Gashimov, this was a trio, yeah. So, if he will come back now to the family, it will be good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And he have all talent to do it. Still, I believe that he have a chance. And here, of course, okay, he's trying that positionally to take his opponent, to overplay his opponent, which is using normally stronger players, they like to use such a way of the fight, because if I was doing the same, because if I feel that I'm a better player, if I have such a feeling, only in case. Then of course I was trying without big risk to overplay my opponent. But of course, if I feel that I have no advantage to my opponent, then I don't care what to play and how to play, because then it's a big fight. And
you had a very unique chess style. Very unique chess style. It's very difficult to prepare for you. I know all those openings of yours. So basically, also sometimes you were tactical.
Sometimes I was losing also. Very easy, very easy. In my openings, hops and nothing like this. But okay, generally, of course, every game. Why? I can tell you, because every game I was trying to play new game, not to go like it's old way what I did. I don't say that from the first move 1 or 3 or 4, but later on I was trying to find the probably new ideas inside.
Can we say that you were enjoying your chess more than these guys nowadays?
No, I cannot say this now. Okay.
So this is a more or less normal type of Rai Lopez.
Yeah.
Kuparadze, it's compatriot of yours.
Yes, another big talent, by the way. You know, so I wonder how much time he spent. A lot, yeah? He spent 5 minutes, yeah, already.
He didn't spend at all. Actually, he added 5 minutes in his clock.
He added 5 minutes.
I spoke about him. He plays very fast and very original.
He added 5 minutes. So yesterday he has a most difficult game, because I asked him, I want to share with this, I asked him how was the game. I told him how many minutes you spent. 20 minutes for your game? So he said, no, not 20 minutes. In the opening, I don't understand something, and I was forced to think a little bit. Yeah. And when the time control passed, I have only 1 hour, 20 minutes.
Is he that good in blitz chess as well?
Yeah, this is his style. He explained that he cannot stop himself from not to make a move. So he saw the move that he wants to play. So it means if he's right, if I'm not wrong, 90% he's right. Always in his first reaction, which is very big talent. It's a very special talent. And I wish him, of course, to be successful in this tournament, because up to now he's doing very well. And he beat such a grandmaster like, I think, Rothstein. He beat Kobalia yesterday, the Turkish star.
He's doing great.
Yeah, he's doing very well. Yeah.
What about other Georgians?
The other Georgians, that, well, I can tell you only about Kacharava, because Kacharava, it's a youngster of Georgia. He's, I think, 19 years old. And he started very well this tournament, 3 out of 3. Then he lost 2 games. One of the games he lost to Safarni, actually, because probably he misunderstood in some way the position, what he have to do, and a little bit when he make a castle on the wrong side, it was a little bit optimistic, or too much optimistic, let's say like this. And he lost second games, but okay.
Yesterday he lost to Esipenko, he forgot the line.
Yes,
or a move.
yeah, he told me exactly that was the opening where I should know all moves, and unfortunately I forgot. Yeah, he forgot all this, and then he was okay, and then clear. He lost by opening. But okay, still, this for Georgia, it's some kind of, I would say that our hope for the future, it's Kacharava, and I wish him to come back to the tournament and continue how he started the same way.
Well, he was third in the world championship.
This is a position, typical position, which I know Kuparadze likes very much. I don't think that, but Navarra also is playing, because it's open position. David is playing very well open position, and well, Kuparadze have to little bit think more, I believe. That,
look at his 5 seconds, 8 seconds, 6 seconds.
Yeah, nothing. He just.
He doesn't take time at all. Okay, so.
But to be his opponent is not easy.
It's not easy.
You are a chess player, you know very well, when your opponent is playing so fast, you feel some kind of, complex inside. What's going on? Why he's disrespecting me or something like this. Yeah, this psychologically also.
I used to play like that. Once one GM approached to me and said, Maya, what's happening with you? I said, what? Well, you don't play like you used to. You were way better when you were playing and blitzing out your moves. Yeah. So I'm going to think about that. Okay, so Sargsyan against Pesha.
Okay, Sargsyan, another very, very stable player. Yeah, very long time. I think I know him at least 15 years, and 15 years he's an elite. And it's not easy, of course, not easy task. And even this tournament, somehow he succeeded to be number 1. Yeah, I don't expect that he will be number 1, because it's he's not anymore a young star. And but what happened? Why we don't have a tournament 2700 is very strange, because people lost the rating, yeah, before the tournament.
Yeah, and already some players qualified for this competition, so
they
just don't want to participate.
So very interesting one, yeah, Long-Castle, yeah. It's known, this opening?
I don't know what that is. This was Tarash opening, right? So let's just take a look.
Yeah,
d4, d5, knight f3, c5, knight f6, bishop g5,
bishop e6,
bishop e6, g3, knight c6, h6, capturing and going for a long castle. This is absolutely a new idea. And
yes,
went for queen a4.
I don't know, somehow I would prefer to play with white.
I would also.
I don't know, maybe it's a fantastic this, but
I don't like this.
King of Black should not feel very safe, yeah? While it's quite difficult to attack here, this side. Only central way, but central way also it's controlled by white, yeah?
Although Peshak is
for example, to take on d4, knight b5, yeah?
Knight b5,
yeah, and bishop c5 cannot go, rook c1, obviously.
Exactly.
So I don't know, really it's...
White definitely looks better.
Yes. I don't know what...
We shouldn't forget the fact that in the Olympiad, Sargsyan was one of the best players in the whole Olympiad.
Olympiad, yes.
So he's doing good lately, and he's in shape.
Yeah, after Aronian left Armenia, he'll be probably, sometimes it's could be not strange for some people to take a responsibility to be leader. They are improving. Some of them, they probably are opposite. But some of them, it's important that now I'm a leader, I have a responsibility, I have to do for my team, for my people, the best. and you're
Exactly.
doing. Actually, I have such a feeling also. My main tournament always was Olympiad. Olympiad I played very well, almost everywhere. Because I need to motivate my team also to be stronger.
And now you're doing good as a president of the European.
I don't know. It's a president. It's another job. You know? It's a, and I like this. If I don't like, I'm not doing. You know. So in 2012, I became a deputy minister of sport, and always my dream was like this: that when I will quit this job and go back to chess, and I find this opportunity to come back in 2014. Become European Chess Federation to lead this federation and to have very good team. Probably this is sometimes I analyze myself and what I have a strong point and weak point. I think my strong point is like this, that I can choose really very good and right people. And this is very important for me, and I'm lucky just to have such a people around.
But you gotta be wise to choose them.
Yes, you have a responsibility to choose them. Yeah, you are president. You have to choose them. Yeah. So today's team, they can say whatever they like about, but they cannot criticize my team. I know this. They can criticize me, but not team.
Nice. That's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Also, can you tell us something about, for the first time, we have like 484 players in one competition. How do you explain this trend of getting more and more players in the European Championships? And this is like the breaking record in this one.
Yes, first of all, we have to understand that last year, for example, Slovenia was the first tournament. Before was Iceland during the COVID period, and we witnessed a serious problem in Iceland because of the low number of the participation and special law, because the law don't allow people without vaccine or some special vaccines, and only I think they recognize several. This was a problem, but they managed somehow the tournament. I would like to thank Icelandic Chess Federation, and finally they succeed to have a good tournament, but not big participation. Last year in Slovenia, of course, they were successful, and they reached almost the same number like usually before the COVID period, 300 something player, but Serbia now we passed all expectation, really. I wonder, because our expectation was, okay, 350 maybe will be, but to be around 500, it means people are so eager, one, to play chess. The second, I think that Serbia is a so well-known chess country in the history that maybe many of them, they want to visit. And the place also, it's a nice place because it's a GM tournament. You know, I by even not knowing anything about this or not having in mind something special, I invite in the Pilz committee, for example, Rafael Vaganian and Adrian Michalčicin. And later on, I learned that they become a Grandmasters here in Vrnjacka Banja. So this is some kind of special place. And the fourth, which is very important to add, if you are a good organizer, always you find a way how to invite people, how to encourage them to come to your place. And here looks to be that organizing team is very good with the leadership of the Serbian Federation, but I like our people like Dusan, how he's working. He's very friendly with all chess players. That is very important to have a personal relationship and to advertise your place. Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing hard.
Let's hope that in the future it will be more and more. But here, yes, we break all kind of records. Yeah. That's
nice.
true.
So let's just see a few more games.
Yeah, King B8, it's a correct move.
King B8.
Absolutely correct
Probably
move, yeah.
White should be going with rook a c1 or rook f to d1, something
Yeah.
like that. Holding the blockade on d4.
Mm.
But okay, it looks better for Jules Mussar against Dimitrios Mastrovasilis.
Okay, this is again, it's a
Chebanenko Slav.
yeah. Oh, so many analyses in the past. I'm not analyzing anymore chess in this opening, you know. Once I find some nice tricky development of this variation, but never succeed to have in the games. Never. For example, once I find some, when I was trainer of the Azerbaijan team, we play with Russia, and Rauf Mamedov was playing with Sergei Volkov. And just having some ideas, you know, I was watching the Volkov's game, and I find out, what is this? He's doing some regularly this mistake, and nobody is catching him. And I just, analyze a little bit, I give to Mamedov, Mamedov came, and it's happened, and he won the game. It's so nice sometimes.
So maybe you couldn't actually get it in your games, but you helped your team.
Yeah, it's okay. Normally, what is the idea of the white? Yeah, to play f4 and then to start pressing. This will be some kind of advantage for me. I don't know how to prevent this, because I don't like that bishop e6 have to move somewhere. Yeah? Okay, they can move g6 and bishop g7, but after f4, bishop d3, just castle and just developing. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, this will happen, but okay, he can start immediately with f4, yeah? Bishop d3 also possible, but both moves.
Bishop d3, exactly,
and then f4. Okay, main idea is like this, that if black will not succeed to either to close all games, somehow to move and play f5 and just to block everything, or to pass e5. Only if they wait, what to wait? Wait, it's you will lose the game. On the end of the game, they cannot wait also. But again, I prefer with white this.
Okay, white looks better. Brkic, Pretke. That's another thing that I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, Pretke, a new Serbian player.
Exactly, and that was my question for you. How do you see now the future of European chess once the Russian Chess Federation decided to move onto the Asians ground?
Yeah.
Just like you see also Pretke is a Russian chess player who's been transferred to play for Serbia. There are so many other examples. There will be so many other examples. So.
Yes, I think so that there will be many other examples. Of course, there will be people who will follow the line of the federation because, you know, of course, it's not a simple decision. I believe that it was not a simple decision for Russian Chess Federation because Russian chess tradition, and we all respect their chess tradition. It's a great history, but it was always connected with European chess, with the development of European chess. And nobody doubted any moment that Russia has a 77% or I don't know how much territory of Asia and only 23% of the mentally the two capitals of Russia, like St. Petersburg and Moscow, both capitals were in Europe, and starting even from the Peter the Great, they tried, the Russians, to approach the European culture and to share European culture with the Russian culture as well, sharing with Europe. And suddenly, because of the, mainly of course, because of the sanction which they face, and they face correctly this sanction, because once and ever we have to understand that we should not respect someone who will be aggressor, who will start the war, because we are living in the 21st century, and the planet is enough built to have many other better things than the war. Someone who is, I understand that big countries always have big ambitions also. You know, to expect that we are not only neighbors and brothers, one brother is killing the other brother, it's very difficult to see this. Because for me, Russia and Ukraine, I learned, I born in Soviet Union. Russia and Ukraine, for Georgian guy, was similar. They are not, they are like two brothers and nothing more. And for me, it's difficult to understand how it's possible, in which mind it could came that to kill Russians is good to kill Ukrainians or to take the territories. Guys, territory doesn't cost anything without people. And they face this problem, and we follow the recommendation of the International Olympic Committee. We passed the resolution where, of course, Russia was under sanction, but we only suspend them. We never expel them. We suspend, hoping that one day everything will be stopped and Russia will come back normally to the family. But probably, you know, they have insider information, because I'm sure that insider information is like this, that if in the federation you have several people like Dmitry Peskov or Sergei Shoigu, who are the rulers of the country and especially ministers of defense, probably they know much better, they have much better information when war will stop. Probably they know that this war will not stop a long time, and Russian chess have to go somewhere, so to develop. On the individual level, again, on the individual level, they don't have any problem. And we know this. We make all possible way, except to introduce your nation, to be, to be brave for this, that yes, I'm introducing Great Russia. Team events, we completely take out that you cannot represent your country, but individually they don't. You see that they never have any problem in Europe or traveling or so the explanation, you know, was not like this. The explanation was now the chess center is moving to Asia. Yes, nothing is wrong again, because two countries like China and India, which is half of the world, they are developing a lot, and this is expectation. Yes, they one day they will lead, and nothing is wrong. They will lead because they will produce thousands and thousands, like a machine, thousands of chess players. And chess, for some of them, we have to understand this, that for some of them it's a way of the much better life. So they will be. But you know, I'm very afraid that Russia will not win from this, what they did, but they will lose from this. I don't think that in Asia for them will be easy way to have a same place like they had in Europe. So this is their decision. For us, personally, I feel very comfortable, and why? I can explain you, because when, I mentioned already that when federation is ruled some people who are even not chess players, but some people who just produce the war, I'm very sorry that there is no place for them to be in the European family. There is no place, and today really I'm happy with this, that we don't have this headache. Now about the chess players. We are not encouraging everyone, but we passed the resolution in FIDE with full understanding from every member, council members, that the chess players who wants to stay in Europe, Russian chess players, for them there is a way to do it in the fast track and without any financial penalty for countries or for federations or for them. So such a door exists if they want. Again, I cannot call anyone to do it. This is their choice. This is a people's choice. They can choose whatever they like. There is such a door. I will be very happy from the other side if they will choose right way, because I respect a lot of Russian chess players, I know, and there is great examples also. For example, when you have such a player like a world champion, Alexandra Kosteniuk, who absolutely clearly say the feeling that she's against the war. And she changed the federation, she changed the residency and everything. Yes, not everybody have such a comfortable life. We understand this. But people will analyze situation, players will analyze situation, the door is open. This door how to say, free access to other federations is until 1st of September.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yes,
So
it's until 1st of September, and then again, now we are discussing main point here will be, we'll have an opportunity to play the team tournaments in Europe. Individual, there is no problem, we know this. Individual, next day they play, even Russia who changed the federation and which will be from 1st May officially member of ASEAN Federation, we declare without anything that the players, Russian players, they can play European Championships and they are here.
under the FIDE flag, right?
Under the FIDE flag, yes.
Yeah.
Under the flag.
And that's going to be a possibility even after that?
No.
No.
There
Okay,
will be
okay.
no possibility if they will not change the federation. There will not anymore such a possibility.
important to
This is the
clarify.
tournament in Vrnjacka Banja, and next will be in Petrovac. This will be two last tournaments where Russian chess players can participate under the FIDE flag. Next championship, European Championship or any other events, they should clarify. They will play in Asia or they will play in Europe.
That is very important to clarify, and
Yes.
so they should be
So-
familiar with that.
Yeah, I hope that many of them will choose, make a right choice, and will stay in the old continent.
Some of them already making choices.
Yes,
Brad
that's
Case.
nice. That's nice. Very good. Very good. Why not? Why not?
Predge became Serbian, so we'll see. I'm the Serbian team captain, so
Okay, that's good. Not only I heard that about 10 players somehow they are moving to Serbia.
yeah, lots of players are
So
moving to
about
Serbia.
the team events, you know, for me it's absolutely clear that if someone from the chess players is getting the nationality it means passport of the country, we cannot judge this because this country it's a full access, and for the team event should be no any problem to participate.
So
For the others, we will decide in maximum several weeks. European Chess Union will have a special meeting for this to decide what to do with the players who will not have citizenship of the country, but will change the federation. What to do with the teams, because there is some thoughts about this. For example, some federations who are very negatively about this. They are saying that they have a national sources. They don't want that Russian sources will be used by someone like this way. There is other, let's say it's a free world from the other side, and if it's a free world, everything have to be in the same line, you know, like this. So, but we will analyze. I think we'll find some kind of solution which probably will satisfy both sides.
Thanks
both
for
meaning.
clarifying
Yeah.
this. That was very important topic, and it's actual one, a hot one.
Yeah.
Okay, so Brkic Pretke, it's just a normal position, I guess. Pretke isn't wasting his time at all.
Yeah.
Looks like he's familiar.
Mm-hmm. So it's okay. It's something.
We don't know which opening this was. This was a Sicilian, Taiman of defense, and after bishop e2, knight f6. It's a popular line lately to do this f4 early, then early g4, sacrifice the pawn, came up with this check. Queen takes d5 didn't work because f4 was hanging, and looks like pretty normal game for both.
Yeah, it's some kind of you know, you have a isolate this isolator, but from the other side they have some weak points also. Okay, more or less equality should be this position. Yeah.
More or less equality. We don't have too many exciting games, I guess, out of the openings.
Okay, exciting will be later maybe.
Yeah.
Not now.
This is sadly against Sipenko. Okay. So it's another unclear position, pretty much theoretical one. They just went into some sort of Scotch opening, Scotch Gambit, and nowadays the most popular line against Scotch Gambit is 94. many years ago, and for many years
Many years
D5.
ago was D5.
D5.
But
D5.
device don't define or they find something, computers?
Engines found that the 94 is now a killer one.
No, it really?
Killer one. Black is just doing great because
94 is a killer one.
94, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So queen e2, knight c5, castles, 96, and this guy opted to take on e6. For example, Ivic, Serbian champion, played a game with c3.
Just to have this.
And after d5, he takes, bishop d6, c takes, castle. You can push d5 because of knight d4. His opponent went with bishop e3. This is the game from Serbian league. It's just
Very
interesting.
interesting, yeah.
Ivic played queen f6. Ivanovic played something like this. Ivic played like this, and this guy made knight c3. The guy is 23-15. Something like that, and Ivic all of a sudden came up with knight g2, king g2, bishop h3, king h3, this one, and the final shot in the game came here, knight takes d4, because bishop e7, and that's exactly what happened in the game. Queen d4, check, this, so this is the game from the first league, and checkmate. So, okay,
Wow.
I just showed you one of the critical
So great,
games
yeah.
and lines in this line, and
Nice.
Asadli just went for bishop takes e6. He goes f takes e6 with the idea.
So it was from Serbian league.
Serbian league like few months ago. Ivic is Serbian champion. He played against a youngster who's one of the top Serbian juniors, and that's how
Okay,
he won.
both players, of course, they know about this game, yeah?
I guess so.
I hear. Normally, yes. Not me, but they know. Nice to see this.
For example, when I analyze this with someone, black should be doing okay in these type of positions.
Yeah.
With the bishop pair maybe, and this is currently.
Yes, the problem is like this, how to exchange black bishop. If white exchange, there will be big advantage, but impossible to exchange.
They have difficulties to exchange.
And where to put this problem of this bishop, of white bishop? Where this bishop can stay. The best place is probably c1, but somehow have to give the rook to pass and to go back.
But take a look at this one. The eval bar says white is tiny bit better. And engines, for example, don't have a feeling for the dark square bishop. And I also have a feeling that the dark square bishop here has lots of problems. And what to do with it.
Okay, because bishop f4 cannot go. Yeah? Or best way probably to keep on g3 this bishop here.
Yeah.
Somehow to control, and again it's not easy because bishop will move on c6, and well, yeah, this is space advantage from computer. I remember first computer space advantage. You know, the voice was coming. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
space advantage here there is, but bishop f4 I think cannot. Yeah.
Bishop f4, bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5 and rook cannot go anywhere.
Rook, if goes on
A4,
c4, bishop
only
a6.
A4.
If rook a4, what kind of rook is that an a4?
No, I'm not talking about, I just want to pass this bishop on g3 and then do the same.
So it's white's turn, so we're expecting maybe bishop.
Yeah, okay, let's play. The computer have to correct me. You see? What is this? I'm losing game or not?
I don't know. Maybe, we can't move it because
we
we're
cannot
doing analysis without engine.
Without
so we
engine.
just want to make it closer to players. Maybe c5 here.
Maybe c5, okay. And
Rook
anyway,
A4.
if I go rook a4. Okay, here. Maybe.
I also don't see what is black supposed to do to win the game.
This and oops, bishop g3.
But maybe it just got broken. Maybe you made a good move. Maybe it's not about being winning here.
What?
So you're just going back here. Knight, if you want to go back, bishop f4. You see knight c3. If bishop f4. I don't know. Are we missing something here? Bishop c5. Rook a4.
We can play.
Maybe something connected with an f2 square.
What is another possibility to?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, anyways, this position looks for the moment okay for both of these guys. Boris Gelfand, another legend in the tournament.
Yeah. With Kadric he's playing.
He's playing Denis Kadric. Kadric is doing great in this tournament. Beat Joel Moussar and
He beat Musa.
he beat Moussar in fantastic game, outplaying him in Grand Prix attack.
So white move or black? No, white.
It's
black.
black to move, but this looks more or less equal.
Yeah, okay. In the right time, they have to exchange the rook, yeah? Somehow? Or it's no need? There is two moves, rook d8 or rook e8. I don't know, if rook e8 is not losing, normally looks logical, yeah? if not losing. But why have to lose?
Yeah, it looks okay.
If queen a5, queen b6 can go also,
Yeah.
even this.
Yeah.
Should not be any serious problem. No, I
So-
don't feel any problem for
This looks equalish.
Ivan Saric, the former European champion.
You were also former
Yes,
European
20
champion.
years ago, exactly.
2003, right?
2003, yeah. So, Saric is
Saric is
Croatian
doing
#1, yeah?
Croatian #1, and in this game he's got a dynamic equality with the black pieces, even though his structure is broken. But this is more or less like typical Rouser structure.
Okay, nice.
Thank you
Remake-
so much for being with us here,
Thank you
for
too.
clarifying things that were like hottest topics nowadays in the world of chess. Hopefully you're going to give Serbia more of these organizations in the future, and that we
Yes.
were just good hosts.
Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you for your great job what you're doing. Okay?
Thanks, and all the best.
All the best.
Okay, guys, we're just continuing with the analysis of these games. You had a chance to see like a pretty thorough interview with the president of the European Chess Union, Grandmaster Zurab Azmayparashvili. For all of you, out of curiosity, he was European champion once. He was coach of, you could have heard that, Judith Polgar and Gary Kasparov. So if someone can share his experiences and opinion about some stuff, he's the right one. Okay, just like other previous days, we just have to carry on with the analysis of every single game, and that's gonna be my job here. Let's go, and we're gonna begin from the first game once again, just to check all those games. Okay, and let's go with the game #1 with the analysis of these games. So Nguyen against Korobov. In the past days, Nguyen had like such a pleasant experience playing with both white and black. He's a very positional, he likes tough games. From another point of view, Korobov is just doing fantastic in this tournament. Everyone who were our guests kept on talking about Korobov, how dangerous he is, how tactical that guy is, and definitely he's the only one in the tournament with 5 games and 5 wins. So it is going to be a real thing to watch this game. As far as I'm concerned, if I have to come up with the assessment here, I'd say that position is maybe a little bit better for white, just because of a possibility for white to go with d5 and to close the light square bishop. But even that one is not the end of the world, because if you play d5, they can just go with bishop, rerouting that bishop onto the king's side, and since the center is closed, do some sort of like the King's Indian attack. Why? Because just unlike the King's Indian, they're just not having the bishop on g7, they're playing without it, they're just repositioning the light square bishop to the c8, h3 diagonal, moving it onto the king's side, and preparing for the king's side action. So I'm just saying, if white goes with d5, black certainly should be going with bishop c8, g6, knight h5 followed by knight f4, breaking on the king's side with f5, and black should be doing good. Of course, that all the engines is going to prefer white's position. You could hear also, as my Parashvili told you here, that it happens because all these engines, they like space. And yeah, really, whenever you make analysis on your engines, you always should be familiar with that thing. These engines like space. But let's take a look at the opening. Korobov at this opening went for e6 and went for this modern variation of the Bogo Indian. It's early e6 followed by bishop b4. So why don't you play the line with the knight on f6? Because in some lines, if they go, for example, with the knight c3, you can even play a good version of the Dutch Nimzo with f5 followed by knight f6, where they actually benefit you from not having knight on f6. And that's a good thing, and that's something that we really need to be familiar with. Another thing is that Nguyen played the best move bishop d2, and there are so many moves here, such as queen e7, c5, taking on d2, he just went for a5. And after knight f3, knight f6, and we once again have the position that is nothing else but Queen's Indian defense, or it just transposed into the Baga defense with the bishop b4, bishop d2, a5. According to latest analysis, after g3, it's considered to be a tiny bit better for white. Nguyen opted for a3, bishop d2, queen takes d2. Why queen takes on d2? Because then they just want to place the knight on c3 and go and break in the center with e4, getting a good game. So that's how they play in these positions. He captured by queen b6, knight c3, and just in time, Korobov managed to take control of e4. So you now cannot play e4 because of knight e4. His opponent went with queen c2, and he says, okay, man, you don't want to give me e4, I'm going to be the one who's going to do it. So he goes with the queen c2, d6, e4, knight bd7, bishop e2, castles, castles, and e5. So what do we have? Just like I previously told you, we have some sort of like King's Indian type of the game without the dark square bishop, where they just want to break in the center with e5. They did it. And this is why white is taking so much time. He has to come up with a decision whether he wants to place the rook on d1 and go with something like that, and keep the tension in the center, going and breaking with d takes c5, c5, b4 followed by c5, or he just wants to close the center, in which case he would give Korobov pretty easy game here. So he's going with bishop c8, g6, knight h5, knight goes on f4, and going with those kinds of things. Okay, we just analyzed this game, I believe, enough from theoretical point of view. Next one. We already spoke about this one. It was Ray Lopez. Luckily, we're not seeing some boring Berlin defense with the knight f6. So after a6, knight f6, knight c3. I previously told you in the past couple of days that Safarli always opts for some very interesting opening choices with the white pieces. He's known for that. And he just goes with knight c3 here. Reminds me of some weird knight c3, four knights opening variation in the Scotch. So the thing is, you just go with this one with the knight c3. So after in this game happened like bishop c5, some sort of like Arkhangelsk approach by black, he goes with bishop takes c6, d takes c6, and d3. The thing is, after they go with d3, white at some point wants to go with the bishop e3. The main advantage by black in this position is the bishop pair. The main advantage of the white in this position is a healthier pawn structure. So the thing is, you just go with this one, you just go with d3, followed by bishop e3, exchanging the dark square bishop and hoping for open f-file and possibility by rerouting. For example, d3, this guy went with queen e7, h3, limiting the light square bishop, bishop e3. Why was he so happy to play a game like this? For example, if you go with anything like short castle or whatever, you just go with, for example, I'm just giving you an example what should be good and easy for playing with white. You go with queen e1, queen g3, those are ideas, or knight h4, knight f5, or you just want to take advantage of the open f-file by doubling your rooks on the f-file and organizing the attack this way. So that's why Korkulas, after bishop e3, played bishop c5. Safarli played short castle. Long castle played rook e1, c5, and played bishop on g5. White seems to be a little bit better here. He threatens knight e5, although black really has that bishop pair. Okay, we all know that this bishop on d6 is looks like an absolutely weak piece, but you also have to keep considering one thing very important from black's point of view. You know what, guys? They have the light square bishop, I'm talking from black's point of view, and you have h3 being played. That actually means that if black goes with some h6 and g5, and eventually penetrating with g4 could be very dangerous for white. So we're just about to see how is Safarli going to solve this problem. His move is queen e6, and let's just carry on with the analysis of other games. Kuparadze against Navara. I spoke about Kuparadze previously. He's playing extremely fast, he knows his stuff, and he already make some really nice upsets in this tournament. You could have heard by Mr. Asmai Parashvili, he's a very annoying player to face because when you play fast, your opponents have lots of problems. They have to come up with fast decisions either or as well. Why? Because psychologically they don't want to look like they are losing the psychological battle. And then you're just taking them out of their comfort zone. They also tend to play faster, and that's not their style of play. That's your style of play, or in this case, Kuparadze. So that's why also, of course, you have to make a good moves, but that's a very interesting way to fight against some high-rated opponents. Let's go and move on to the next one. Sargsyan against Peshak. Sargsyan went for d4, his favorite opening. Peshak went for Tarash opening, and after knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, he already came up with a kind of interesting bishop e6. And now, you know, if you were like a classic chess player who were analyzing and learning his chess by the games of Petrosian and all these classics, Mislov and these guys, you for sure know that the main line is g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, castle short, short castle, and this is just the main position. So when they go with c takes, knight takes, h6, you bring the bishop back here, and now there are two approaches by white. Either the queen goes on a4, that's a modern approach, where you just release the d1 square for the rook from f1, and you release the c1 square from the rook on a1. This is a very interesting thing. And then also you're pressuring this knight on c6, so this is a very, very interesting line. For example, I won a couple of my tournament games with the white pieces against some very, very well and renowned opponents, including GMs. Another thing, apart from this one, for example, when I'm teaching my students and I just want to teach them how to play these positions, I have 3 games. And funnily enough, all those 3 games were played and were won by white players against the same guy. Illescas Cordoba, another famous GM from Spain and ex-second of Vlad Kramnik, was black in all those 3 games. But you have 3 absolutely different approaches. You have a game by Kasparov, who after knight e6, b takes e6, outplayed Cordoba in a dynamic style. Then you have game of Karpov, who was an absolute father and the god of positional chess. and you have game of Vladimir Kramnik. So basically, you have those three guys. All of them were just fantastic guys, but you have like 3 times and 3 games in a little bit different ways, and how to apply and systems and how to play against this type of structures. So can you guess, imagine like having like 3 model games, one by Kasparov, second one by Karpov, and third one by Kramnik. I mean, what more you can wish to teach your students by that one. And even though knight c6 is a classic approach, I believe that the queen a4 is an engine approach nowadays. It's the most modern one, and even Michal Tal, like many years ago, even though now I'm claiming that this is like a popular modern approach, he applied this one and managed to win with the white pieces. Okay, so I just gave you like the basics of the Tarrasch defense. Yargos Peshak went for bishop e6, g3, knight c6, capturing by queen. He went for this one after rook to d1, a6. Sargsyan broke in the center with d4. It's his turn. Probably he's going to take by knight on d5 and opt to somehow open up the bishop on g2 and give that bishop a full activity. Let's go for the next one. Jules Mussar against Master Vasilis. You could hear thoughts of a top GM. Osmai Parashvili just told you that at some point one will have to go with f4 to control e5 square, to at some point cope with some f5 breaks, but at the same time to pretty much shut off the black counter-attacking possibilities. You know what? Master Vasilis Dimitrios was my club mate, and considering his style of play, where he likes calm positions without much excitement on the board, here approached by Jules Mussar, which is kind of, you know, like dynamic, could be a very good practical decision in a game by white. Let's go on to the next one. We have Ante Brkic against Pretke. This was a crazy theoretical fight. Of course, Brkic is very well booked up. He knows his stuff, especially with the white pieces, and he's very dangerous against Sicilians with white for all these years. From another point of view, we have one of the highest rated guys in this competition. It's Pretke, and he also knows his stuff. This is Taiman of defense, knight f6. Because of this, knight db5, the thing could be going with a6 and preventing knight b5 by white. But here, modern approach could also be knight f6, knight db5, queen b8, f4 to go with e5, d6 just in time to stop that, and after bishop e3, they just go with a bishop e7, g4, d5. This is a very important thing. They went for g4, so Brkic here played g4, and the thing is, he just wants to go with g5 and to take space in the center, on the king side, to even launch the attack as soon as possible. Pretke goes according to old Nimzovich rule. So whoever goes against you on the side, you should be breaking in the center. So he goes with d5, he takes, knight takes, bishop h4 to spoil the castle, taking on d5, and after castles, bishop f3. This is a current position, I'd say, with mutual chances. What are the pros and cons of this position? Weak pawn is on d5, so that's the problem that this guy is having. What is the bad thing about the white's position? A little bit exposed king on f2, and also a little bit exposed pawn structure, mainly due to the pawn on g4. Let's move on to the next game. Asadli against Esipenko. We spoke about this one, and I really have to tell you that I like here game for black. I like the fact that he's possessing the bishop pair. Also, I gave you the game between Ivanovic and Ivic from Serbian championship, actually Serbian league, where Ivic won that game. Here, Asadli just went for knight takes c6, but after f takes c6, he probably he wants to go with the bishop h6, going for some sort of tactics. He just wants to generate some sort of the king side attack, but generating all these heavy pieces on the king side. To be honest, I don't see a single problem for black in this position. also in some positions, queen e8, queen g6 could be an idea. So maybe having and bringing the rook onto the g4 is a good thing to prevent that. Position looks unclear, but black shouldn't be unhappy with the outcome of the opening. We analyzed this game as well. Kadric equalized very easily with the black pieces. But one thing shouldn't be forgotten, a thing that shouldn't be forgotten is that Gelfand is really experienced and really good in these type of, I'd say, equal type of positions, and he is definitely going to try to take advantage of this here and there. If it doesn't work, for sure, he's going to satisfy himself even with the draw, but okay, as long as he's got some chances, he's gonna push here and try to do something. Objectively speaking, position is even. Let's go for the next one. Zvane Frederic against Ivan Šarić. I really think that this is absolutely normal type of the game. Black enjoys bishop pair. He's got a broken pawn structure. These pawns on d6, e6, f6, and f7, they're called Rouser pawns, or Rouser pawn structure. You also have them from neither defense. To be honest, I haven't even checked which opening was this. He went for neither. Bishop g5, e6, f4, queen b6, but after bishop f6, g takes f6, we got those pawns. After knight b3, queen c7, went for b5, and I especially like this h5 approach. It's quite a typical thing that prevents bishop e2, bishop h5 by white, and bishop e2, bishop h5 is always more than precious thing by white in these positions, because imagine if he just played bishop e7, bishop e2, long castle, and allowed something like this. All of a sudden, pawn on f7 would be bad until the end of the game. And your pawn on h7 would also be very, very bad till the end of the game. So this is why he's not going to allow his opponent to go with something like this. He goes with h5, g3, and he's also pretty much prepared in these positions to break and to do minority attack with h4. That's exactly what he did here. He is doing minority attack with h4, h5 and h4. He's exchanging the possibly weak pawn for the pawn on g3, and on top of all that, he creates a backward pawn on g3, which is a good strategic approach by Šarić. To be honest with you, I like black's game. I'm even willing to say that I prefer it, but I know that the engines here would disagree my opinion, and they would just say, come on, man, white has to be a little bit better because of the pawn structure. Let's carry on. Sarana against Dragnev. This was a theoretical battle. You know what? If it wasn't Sarana's game, I would instantly say, oh my goodness, this doesn't look good for white. But since I know that this guy is playing white pieces, he's in absolute control of his opening choices. And when you know these guys and when you know their systems and the way they play, he's my clubmate. He's my teammate, and for example, we play for chess club Požega, and I know how is he playing. He's always spot on when it comes to theory, and he absolutely knows what he's doing. That is also very important when you play these team competitions, when you have a teammate like that, and you see like a madness on the board, and sometimes you would just cry, but when you know who's your teammate, you just say, aha. This is good. It works well for him this time. Okay, so let's go with this opening. So it was c4, a6, knight c3, d5, capturing. Oh my goodness, take a look at this. Dragnev went for Sharahanig gambit. This one, I remember it was last time used by, okay, from time to time it happens here and there. But I remember my ex-coach, Grandmaster Slavoljub Marjanovic, an ex-Serbian team captain, used to play like this with black. C takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6, capturing on d5, and the whole point is bringing the bishop to d7, and you know all those lines, knight f3, knight f6, queen d1, bishop c5, and when they go with e3, they just go queen e7, bishop e2, a long castle, short castle, and boom, g5 by black. And you have this quite a typical Sharahanig gambit that was popular until one moment Once again, I have to come up with the same guys, same names, and same winner of those games. Kasparov almost refuted this with the white pieces. He played against Ilyauskas Cordoba playing white, and the refutation at this point came with b4. Why? He's just sacking this pawn to open the b file, to go after the king on c8, and ever since then, this variation is considered to be difficult for black. Although, black in this game went with bishop d6. After g3, knight f6, queen d1, castles, bishop g2, queen e7, playing bishop g5, and queen to b1. Why? First of all, he's removing from the pin by the bishop on d6 and rook on d8. Second thing, he moves this queen on a square where he would just control e4 square. And the third thing in this position is that he actually goes with something like nothing else but knight f3, short castle, and stuff like that. At the moment, he even threatens some knight e5 here, but after knight e4, black is the one who just wants to have some sort of initiative. He went for knight e4, threatening bishop f5. Sarana went for e3, bishop f5, bishop takes f6, and goes with bishop e4. After bishop e4, it's Sarana's turn. He has to take either by queen to control f3 and to keep in control all these things, or to take by knight and to chase that queen away from f6. Those are like very interesting things, and we just have to see what's happening on the board and what is like really happening there. Okay, so let's go okay with this one. So this is like bishop e4, it's white's turn, and let's just see what's happening there. Okay, the thing is, bishop e4, should white go with knight takes e4 or queen takes e4? Okay, so I don't know, we won't wait, we just want to jump onto the next game. Chaparinov against Morzin. Chaparinov always, you know, like dangerous with white pieces. I prefer his position. I prefer from static point of view. I prefer because of this bishop on g7. I prefer because he has those g4 ideas. I like it because he's got knight g5, g4 and stuff like that. So this just looks, in my opinion, at first glance better for him. This was French advanced variation. We don't see many advanced French games nowadays anymore. So after e5, c5, c3, bishop d7, knight f3, queen b6, young Volodar Murzin opted for queen b6, bishop d7. For all of you who are unfamiliar with this idea, I just want to remind you one thing. Once you play e5, you're just sending a message to your opponent. Buddy, have you ever read any of the chess books? The weakest piece in French defense is the light square bishop. So I'm just pointing this out by playing e5 and for the rest of the game making this bishop being bad. So the thing is, after like e5, bishop c5, c3, bishop d7, knight f3, French players sometimes, because they read some literature, they just say, okay, so the light square bishop is the weakest, right? I'm gonna swap it off, buddy. So let's go. He went for bishop b5, queen b5, knight a3, and goes with knight c2. So what was the approach by white in this game? He allowed this guy to exchange the light square bishops, but at what cost? At the cost of better development for white. So after knight a3, knight c2, capturing by pawn, playing h4 to get some space on the king side possibly, goes with castles, knight a3 to stop knight f5, that's a very important move. And after g6, queen d3, before he develops and completes development and opens up the back rank, he goes with queen d3 and bishop d2, and after castles, it's white's turn. All things considered, I prefer white in this game. White has more of the space. Black has difficulties with the knight on e7. Black has difficulties with the bishop on g7. And because of that, white just looks better in this position. Let's move on to the next game. Chaparinov is about to make his move, but we won't wait. We just want to see as many games as possible. I just read some comments. Why did Etienne Bacrot make the draw? You know what? He's a well-experienced player. He's one of the top favorites in this competition. And Bacrot is an extremely strong and dangerous player with the white pieces. So this is a smart decision. Azarov is also booked up. He opted for more or less very dry type of the Tarrasch defense against the French. Opted for that early knight g and f3. Then he played bishop e5, exchanged everything, and went c4, queen a4. You know what? Even if you played against way weaker players than this guy, you wouldn't be able to even push for anything more than this. And he's just equalizing pretty much and sending a message. I'm absolutely satisfied with the draw with the white pieces. Bacrot is smart enough to get a draw with the black pieces, to take a rest day, and to be ready for the second part of the tournament. And it's an ideal thing. Then you're gonna have white pieces. I was just trying to explain you like a practical point of view, how do they think and what could be the reasoning by black to accept the draw here. Then we have Nils Grandelius against Gumulars. Nils Grandelius went for his favorite e5. For the 25 billionth time in this tournament, we actually see the boring Berlin defense. Castles knight e4, rook e1, knight d6, bishop f1, bishop e7, and knight c3. And after e4, he just went with knight takes e4, d5, and this looks like another boring Petrov defense or Berlin defense. A very, very tedious opening. I'm not absolutely satisfied with White's attempts in these positions and how do they fight for the advantage. He now went for h3, g4, and knight e5. That looks logical, but is he going to be able to go for anything more than this? Then he went with this one, captured. He just wants to do what? He just wants to play on the pawn majority on the king side. So that's why, take a look at this one. This is a very nice practical decision. So he doesn't go instantly with f4 because he would have to face the bishop e4. But he just goes with king h2. And now you might say, I don't understand this guy and why does he play king h2? Well, you don't understand because you don't understand the concepts of the pawn majority. The guy goes f5. You say, okay, I'm just taking rook f6, so what's the point? King g3. So what is he doing? By moving his king upwards, he's supporting these pawns. He's supporting the pawn majority on the king side, and he wants to go with f4 and f5, eventually creating in the deep end game, because the pawn majority is always better when the queens are off the board. He just wants to go with some sort of like, creating a passed pawn and benefiting from that thing. Here, Nils Grandelius, even though it looks like dead equal, it's not like that. White has a nice practical chances to push here for a win, and White looks better. Okay, we go for Ponomarev against Parlegras. Position looks pretty unclear. It looks pretty solid for both of these guys. Last move by Ponomarev was knight e4. What was this? It was Ratti opening. He went for a c4. Once he played d4, it's nothing else but one of those things that are similar to Catalan opening. Although it's not a Catalan opening because this guy managed to somehow put his light square bishop out. And since he did it, he now doesn't have any more problems with the light square bishop. So after knight bd7, knight c3, bishop d6, queen b3, rook b8, knight goes back on d2. So what's the specialty behind knight goes back on d2? He wants to go with e4 and break in the center. After like knight e2, castles breaking on e4, recapturing by knight, and after bishop c7, bishop e3, bishop b6, rook to e1, knight e4, knight e4, knight f6. Just like I told you, maybe Ponomarev enjoys a little bit more space thanks to a strong center, but this looks pretty much even. So let's go to Adam Kozak against Santos Latasa Haime. Okay, so what about this one? white looks at first glance, we're going to check the opening, but at first glance it looks a little bit better for white. Why? And based on what? Based on space, based on the bishop pair. But can we say that black has any serious problems? Probably not. Why? So let's take a look at the opening. It was Nimzo-Indian Rubinstein variation with a3 castles, bishop d3, d5, and early a3. This is the third game in competition where instead of classic knight f3, white just goes with very modern approach with a3. After bishop c3, I already spoke about implications on black's game if they don't take on c4. If you remember, but even if you don't, I'm going to repeat it. Any move but d takes c4 should be bad for black. For example, c5, Kasparov in his younger ages, when he was like a rising star at that moment, he made so many games with c takes d5, e takes d5, and went for f3. Back then, he won like so many games using this plan with f3, and do you know what's his plan? He just, whatever black goes, like knight c6, b6, bishop a6, rook e8, bishop f, doesn't matter, but they usually go with b6. He went with knight e2, bishop a6. He wouldn't do anything, he would just go with this, bishop d3, queen to d3, knight c6, and then he would just go with bishop e2, rook would be going to d1 to support the d4, knight would be go with g3, and once you play e4, goodbye baby, see you next time, learn your stuff in Nimzo-Indian. So that's how it works in this position. Although, that's why black just goes with d takes c4, bishop c4, c5, and just once again, I gotta repeat it, here, white has two options to go either with knight e2 or knight f3. Those who go with knight e2, they just want to keep possibility with f3 and d4 building up a strong center. Those who don't go for that, they just go with knight f3, and all these games in this competition we've seen with the knight f3. They go queen c7, and you gotta move your bishop back. Once again, I'm going to repeat, so for all of you who were watching these broadcasts and you remember what I taught you, you gotta go back with the bishop on e2. On your question, wait a sec, you all the time talk about moving the bishops and pieces onto an active squares. Can I play bishop d3? No, you cannot, because I take on d4 and I'm threatening queen c3. And then when you say, but wait a sec, what's wrong? C takes d4, boom, queen c3, check, rook on a1 is hanging, king on e1 is hanging, and also you don't have time to capture, to actually defend it by queen because the rook is gone. If you say, but wait a sec, man, I'm doing it with the bishop, you forgot about this one, baby. So this is how it goes, and this is why you have to drop your bishop back to e2. So bishop goes back to e2. After like knight c6, bishop b2, rook d8 to break with e5, we absolutely had exactly the same game, and I believe it was the game of Navarra playing black. So in that game, not like Santos Latasa, he went for b6, I believe Navarra played e5. And after d takes, knight takes, correct me if I'm wrong, in the game was c4, knight f3, and I spoke about some Sokolov's ideas with g takes f3 here, but also one of the main approaches by white here is white captures by bishop, and this is exactly what happened in game Navarra against someone, and they drew the game soon after. So the thing is, this guy just went for rook to d8, queen c2, and played b6. After d takes, b takes, c4, opening up the bishop, giving this guy chance, okay, feel free to take on f6 and double my pawns, but at least you won't have a bishop pair advantage anymore. Castle h6, bishop c3, knight e7. Stop now. I gotta stop now. After queen b2, this is one of the most important decisions, strategic decisions in an opening like this. So take a look at this one. Usually all these guys who are just, you know, like analyzing games for you, they stop when it comes to tactics. And here I can just stop and ask you, what would you play with black and a Y? Okay, you don't have many moves. You definitely have to either defend this knight somehow, and there is no way to defend it, or to move it. You certainly don't want to move it to an e4 and d7 and to lose the pawn on g7. So you got to move on e8. But do you know what's a big thing of moving this knight back to e8? The fact that the bishop and the diagonal is so dangerous that once I move my knight back to e8, I'm going to swap off these rooks and play f6. So what's a specialty by black by playing f6? All of a sudden, black just shut it off activity by white on the diagonal. This bishop pair is not anymore that good. And especially considering the fact that e2 is hitting its own pawn on c4, and the fact that the dark square bishop all of a sudden hits the pawn on f6 that is well protected and defended by pawns on g7 and e8, this actually means a pretty good game or pretty solid game for black. Although after bishop c3, rook b8, we still, based on these facts about speaking of the bishop pair, have to say, okay, it's tiny bit better for white, but it's more like, theoretically speaking, better. I don't see any serious consequences for black in this game. Okay, let's go to next one. Benjamin Gladura, Suleimanli. At first glance, it looks like white is doing well here, but let's just go back into this game and see what's happening. So it was modern Italian with the bishop c3, knight f6, d3, bishop c5, c3, d6, and knight bd2. Okay, castles, castles, a5. It's a modern way of preventing b4 by white, but at the same time, a5 gives black an amazing shelter on a7 for the dark square bishop. So what do they want to have and to do with this bishop? They want to bring it back to a7. They want to have knight e7, knight g6, or repositioning this knight onto the king's side. And eventually they want to break in the center with c6 and d5. After like h3, in the game was h6, rook e1, bishop e6, bishop b5. Usually having the bishop on b5 when the pawn is on a5 is a good idea, because then you have problems with the bishop on b5, and you always have to cope with bishop takes c6, as well as some sort of ideas connected with, I don't know, d4, or just controlling e8 square for the rook and stuff like that. After queen b8, he captured on c6, broke in the center with d4, brought his knight back, and after d5 played e5. Overprotected the pawn on d4 by playing bishop e3, captured on c5, played rook c1, jumped with the knight on d4, and now he's down a pawn, but for what? For an ideal blockade on the d4 and d3, for an ideal possibility of having, you know, like full control of the center by the rook on the c file, and possibility to go with his knights on the king's side and do some sort of attack at some point and somehow. Okay, we go on to the next one. Manuel Petrosian against Clemente Sichev. I apologize. So after like c4, c5, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, e3, look at this. It started like English opening. Then we're somewhere between English opening and ready opening. Then after knight c3, e6, e3, d5, d4, what is this? This is nothing else but d4, d5, and looks like Tarrasch opening where white just went for e3. After a6, it's the most popular approach there. They're just creating a shelter for the dark square bishop on a7 once white takes on c5. Also, by playing a6, you prevent some d takes c5 followed by bishop b5 checks. Why? Because white always wants to go for bishop b5 to exchange the light square bishops, and the more he exchanged, the weaker isolated pawn on d5 should be. So after this one, Karpov's approach in all these games when the pawn was not on a6 was bishop b5. Now, unfortunately for this guy, he can't play like that. He goes with bishop e2, knight c6, castles, c takes, bishop d6, bishop e6, knight a4, and we have more or less typical game on both sides. What is white hoping for? He just wants to go with rook c1 and to play knight c5. At some point, he wants to go rook e1, bishop d3, knight e5. Black, on the contrary, has absolutely satisfying position because he seems to solve all his problems in this position. So we actually have something there. You know what? I would like to guess one more guy in this position. So just give me a sec to see something here. Guys, we're about to have another guest in this broadcasting. His name is Denis Kadric, Grandmaster who plays for Montenegro. And unfortunately, we have him now and not 2 days ago, because 2 days ago he made a fantastic win over Jules Mussar. But I guess he won't complain today because I believe he just made a draw in his game against Boris Gelfand. You all know who Boris Gelfand is and how big legend of chess that guy is. So we would like to welcome this guy. So Master, and congratulations so far on your amazing performance, especially in that game against Jules Mussar. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch you at that time.
Yeah, I ran away very fast after I finished. I was really tired.
So let's take a look at the game. Would you like to share with us your game? Okay, you already came here. It's there is like 15-minute delay here. So I guess this game is still ongoing. You already came here, and we're about again. How long have you been played from here?
Like bishop e6, fe6, b4, queen e5, queen d8, king g7, queen e7, king h6, queen h4, queen e7.
You just revealed the secret how the game went there. Okay. So
okay, I mean they're gonna see. It should be just completely equal, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So. First of all, you're performing, until we see the whole game and we see the result of the game, could you please share actually with us your experiences from this tournament, and so far you're doing great.
Yeah, so far it's going pretty good. It's not really about the result, how much is like the quality of my play. I think I'm playing pretty good, except that I have moments like against Joulard where I don't calculate stuff that I have to calculate. I just play like feeling, and then I can mess up in those positions. But when I'm kind of like in the game, calculating and everything, I think I'm doing pretty well. Against Ponomarev, I got a very bad opening, I would say. I was like just like worse, like suffering forever. And then I got out, and then I had like, I believe, just complete equality. And then again, like on 38 move, I play like tactics without calculating, just on my feeling. And this time it didn't work out, and I was just completely lost immediately. But yeah.
Usually your feeling is great. That time,
that time it was off completely, because I saw that my king like goes to like against Ponomarev like very active, but it's actually in checkmate very soon. Like I cannot do anything. It just seems active, but I cannot now play at all. So that was kind of the bad moment of the tournament. But I don't know. So far, especially this today, it seemed like. Magnus Carlsen performance, no? Very easy with black.
Guys, I just have to tell you one secret. Denis used to be at some point when he was younger my student, so yes. I'm so proud of this guy. Denis, yes, you're right. Magnus Carlsen performance.
Magnus Carlsen, okay, Drew. I'm black.
Okay, would you like to? Okay, now we're about to see the end of your game, and now you're gonna share your games. Actually, analysis of your game with us. How do you like here?
I don't know. I just like it more, to be honest, being like Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Croatia, than being somewhere out for tournaments, because there are just like so many friends here playing, and even if you have a bad tournament, you can, I don't know, it feels like, especially here in Serbia, even like if you have a bad tournament, you can at least go out, have a little bit fun in the night, while I don't know, when I'm somewhere else, I'm really just like chess.
Does it mean you don't go in the nights anywhere because you're performing?
Yeah, yes, of course. No, it's like professional body. If you do badly, then you can go out.
So you guys heard that's one of the secrets. So if you're performing badly, you can just hang out a little bit there.
Forget the pain.
Okay, so far Korobov is doing so good, 5 out of 5.
Yeah. How is his game? Can I see it?
Yeah, of course you can.
I didn't see anything, to be
You
honest.
can share.
I wasn't
We
checking.
can share all these games with you, and you can share your thoughts about these games with us.
Okay, sure.
What do you think about this one? You can use a bit of a help of the Evolve bar here.
Yeah, I mean, I see that the engine gives that white slightly better, but I don't know. I think the black is doing pretty good. He's gonna go 96. The D4 square is available. F4. I think he's like doing, I don't know, dynamic, I would say, equality here. Because yes, he has that weakness on D6, but how do you really use it as white? Because like,
I'd also say so.
I mean, you can maybe go knight b3, rook fd1, trying to put some pressure. But even if I go 96 and then play passive, like, I don't know, can I even go rook d8? The worst case, I would say.
196, he has actually, whose turn it is? It's white. White has to probably play knight b3, 96, g3.
Yeah, maybe like that. Yeah, g3, and then I guess, I mean, okay, I understand that the engine probably gives that white's like slightly better, but then again, probably it's also, it could be slightly annoying for black, playing that position. What do you do after 96, knight b3, 96, g3? How do you continue? Maybe, okay, maybe you have knight g5 then, some tricks. Nah,
To go all
that's
in.
nothing. Yeah, but or maybe g3, h5.
H5.
h5 with h4 idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Once again, not really sure what's also white doing.
Nice one. Okay, would you like to check the next one?
Yeah, sure. Okay. This
So
is a
far
position that I have very zero experience with.
Nobody has experience with these kinds of positions.
Okay.
But to me,
I
it
mean,
looks
to me-
possibly dangerous for white. huh?
Yeah, I like black.
I also like black.
I like
here.
black very much. Even though engine gives that white's again slightly better, but what do you do actually is white.
I don't know.
Like-
Actually, white.
Like
is
for me,
pretty
it seems,
strong.
I don't know, like blitz. Just in blitz, I would just go like always black, rook g8, and then start pushing. Try to give checkmate. Not really sure what's white doing. Is he-
White could probably go with some a3, 95, and b4.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But even if he does that, it seems pretty slow to me.
Pretty slow, exactly. So
Like 95, you have to consider also, can I push f5 after 95?
95, f5, exactly. So
So it's
this
not
looks
that easy.
this looks okay for black.
Yeah, I like it.
Just-
Who is this guy? I don't really know him, to be honest. No, I saw that he has 4.5. Like he's getting the tournament better than me. I'm just saying who.
He's a young GM from Greece. He all of a sudden started to beat up these GMs. I remember him from some competitions. In Serbia Open, he defeated Velimirovic.
Ah, that's him. Oh yes, so they played the
with the long hair.
super huge line, like
Exactly,
where.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
yes. Ah, okay, now I know who he is.
Then, if you remember, in European Championship, he beat Ivan Ishig.
European Championship.
He was lost, but somehow he tricked him and managed to win. So
That one I didn't see, but against Ivic I remember very well. Like
Yeah.
they both prepared like 30, 40 moves, but he outprepared our legend Ivic. he outprepared our preparation legend. So that's not an easy feat to do.
that's not an easy thing. Okay, next one. So
Ah yeah, this one I saw. To be honest, I thought that they're just both happy with a draw. But I can never tell with this Kuparadze guy. He's very low rate, like very low rated. I don't know.
that's exactly what I said a few days ago.
What is this? What after rook b3? What do you go c4 or what?
Mr. Asmai Parashvili, president of the European Chess Union, was here. He's his compatriot, and he said Kuparadze is very talented, and he all the time's blitzing out.
Yeah.
All the time, without any. Have you ever played against this guy?
No, we always play like next to each other on the rapid and blitz world, but never like play the game, I believe.
So it's,
Oh wait, did we actually? I played against another. Was it him? Oh, I can't remember. Was it him or some other Georgian guy that I played in Poland? I think blitz. I think it was actually him. Yes. it was him. I made a draw somehow, but I believe that I was lost. But what is this? They just down a pawn, huh?
He's gonna be down a pawn.
Oh,
So
wow.
Kuparadze Navara wins a pawn, and
But at least he has time pressure.
in an endgame, if it means anything. So rook takes b2, king f3. I believe Navarra is great at technique. What do you think? He's going to be able to win this somehow?
I mean, I'm looking because what's gonna do probably some h5, h6 next. So you cannot really, but
Yeah, but on
but
h5,
still
black
seems
is
yeah, still seems like it's actually very. What king
maybe
is?
g4, g5 by white to reduce material
Yeah.
as much as possible.
Yeah, of course,
to-
that should be the plan. But how do you do it? Probably something like that. Yeah, but you have to. He's gonna be suffering very long for white. No, forever. Like
What can we
Which
say?
move is it? It's move
It's
32.
Move 32, yeah.
Move 32, so 8 more moves. So he's gonna get 30 minutes. This he's gonna.
It's gonna be difficult. Sargsyan against Peshek, Sargsyan's type of
Start,
the game.
yeah.
He's gonna push here for a win for sure.
This is when you compare it to his other lines. This is like winning already.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he plays like those zeros forever. I mean, this is like close to winning.
So this is not gonna be a problem
Yeah, but
for him.
I don't like understand these like. You see like this, like they have like 1 hour 10 minutes, and they're basically just playing.
This guy plays and blitzing out all the
Oh,
time.
really?
So it
Ah,
doesn't,
okay, okay.
doesn't matter if he's better or worse.
Ah, okay.
I know him, Jean
Yeah,
Moussard.
this I saw. Oh, wow. Okay, engine loves white here, huh? Okay, I
But
guess
this
F4 or
objectively
something.
looks a lot better for white.
Yeah, of course. Maybe F4, F5,
F4, F5, exactly.
and then something.
So white looks a lot better in this
Maybe
game.
even F4, F5, G4 just.
Brkic, Pretke.
Yeah, this I saw. Okay, according to engine, Brkic is better. Which, I mean, yeah, if this guy cannot attack his king, then just the D5 pawn is a weakness, and white will enjoy just a better endgame easily here. If you're not able, to, of course, to attack my king somehow with some G5 shenanigans, but doesn't seem like it should be working ever.
Exactly, so it's a tiny bit better for Brkic.
To be honest, I think it's actually really better. What's this? Oh yeah, this line actually no.
This is a modern line in the
Yeah.
Scotch Gambit.
Yes. That's like the D4, ED, Bishop C4 line, right?
Bishop
And
C4,
then somehow,
Knight C6, E5, Knight E4.
yes, and then Knight C5, Knight E6 like that,
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
Mm.
It's an okay position for both sides. And now we're moving to your game.
Oh, draw, nice.
So congratulations, easy draw.
Easy
Like
draw,
this
yeah.
is
I mean, he
against-
repeated a line that he played against famous Serbian GM Damjanovic Branko on the Olympiad. I think it was Slovenia Blade. I think, if I remember correctly. And they played it, I mean, he won against Branko, but I checked it like today or even yesterday with the engine. And the move that I played, I'm pretty sure just gives complete equality, this 97.
Would you share your thoughts and analysis?
Yeah,
of the
sure.
game?
So,
Yes.
first of all, yesterday when I received the pairing like Edfan, I had no idea, to be honest, that he's a player who plays basically one thing all the time. He doesn't change. That's amazing.
Really?
Yeah, and it's amazing for me, at least against King's Indian. I didn't really check everything else because I'm a King's Indian player. I will always play it. And for me, it's amazing that someone of his level can play one thing all the time. Just like shows how much prepared he is and how, I don't know. For me it's amazing because, I don't know, just playing all the time. Then again, it comes from a guy who played D6 for 7 years straight, so I was doing the same thing. But then, I never really played this Knight A6. I think I never played Knight A6 King's Indian in tournaments. So I only played Knight BD7, is my pet line. I played lately also
Let's go
H.
through the moves.
Yeah,
and
sure,
the,
sure.
Spectators can see these moves. So you should be moving by
Ah,
mouse.
yeah, okay, sure, I see it.
This is my famous keyboard.
Famous keyboard. No, right. So yeah, D4, Knight F6, C4, D6. This is kind of a move order that I play very often. And I don't know, many people, like here, with this move order, I'm kind of, if I want to go, let's say the Knight BD7 King's Indian, I'm avoiding all the sidelines. How? Can I move on the board?
Yeah, of course.
So here he played knight f3, like 90% of people play knight f3 here, but then I already avoided like Semish, the 4-pawn thing, Averbach, bishop e2, bishop, then the very modern bishop e3, h3, because knight's already on f3. So here, normal people can play knight c3, but now how I can avoid all the lines is if I play e5 right now. So now the best move for white is actually to go knight f3, and then, but now here I'm forced to go knight bd7. So I'm kind of forced to play knight bd7 king's Indian, which is supposed to be already not so good for black, but I avoid all those modern lines that computers are playing with h3, bishop e3, bishop, some g4 stuff. So it's kind of interesting. But of course I didn't want to play this against him because, I don't know, this is kind of more, I kind of respect him too much, to be honest, to just play an opening where I know that I'm objectively not that better. Normally I like to outplay them, but against Gelfand I was okay, let's play more serious. So what happened was he went right, knight f3, g6, knight c3, bishop g7. So yeah, he always plays the main line. He never goes even g3, never does anything. He only goes the main line here. Bishop e2, e5, castle. So here, the only moves that I ever played in this position is h6, the last two games against Sadvani and against Shevchenko Kirill. And I won both of them actually.
With h6?
Yeah, h6, I won both of my games. Against Sadvani, I played really good. He played like the best thing. Also, that Gelfand plays some queen c2, like h6, queen c2, and somehow when I play something, I think I played knight bd7. No, sorry, rook e1 first. Rook e1, knight bd7, queen c2. And now here against Shevchenko, he played also this. I had no idea what it is, so I just played actually c6, and now I transposed to my famous lines where it's like +1 for white according to engine, but I love to play it. And I kind of won a very nice game. And then against Advani, I prepared a little bit, and then I actually have no idea how. Like rook e8 or something. Rook e8, yeah, like rook e8, de, de. I think the line goes like this. b4, c6, knight a4, something like that. And Gelfand also plays this. So
could you please tell me, I used to teach you, now you teach me. What's the point of h6?
what's the point? Okay, you're kind of playing a useful move, avoiding bishop e3 completely. What do you do now? So now h6, so now bishop e3 is not good at all, of course, because of knight g4.
Yeah.
So, I mean, rook e1 is, I guess, the best move, but I never really considered rook e1 to be some move, because what do you do? Even, let's say, rook e1, I play some two slow moves as black. Even when you push then d5, what did you do with rook e1, bishop f1? It's not like you improved your position ever. That's kind of like my opinion. So, okay, but h6, of course, is at the end just an engine move that works out. Also, what's the idea very often is with h6 is the idea to actually go a knight h7, knight g5. That's kind of the idea, to force always something to happen in the center. That's kind of, because the engine actually likes after knight g5, let's say if you take, you go, of course you push d5 already, knight g5, hg, and then just g4, f5.
I like it.
Also very often there is a line like f5 with the pawn on g5. You go f5, f3, you push f4, and then you sacrifice just like g4, the pawn, and then you play around the dark squares like bishop f6 and bishop h4, king g7, rook h8, something like that. The engine is saying that it's okay for black. I mean, okay in a sense that it's only 0.40 for white, 0.30.
It's nothing.
Which is, in a king's Indian term, it's like nothing, like black is better. So, yeah, that's kind of the whole idea, I believe, of the move h6. But yeah, it's this line kind of, now, it's very smart, I believe, to do that line that people are playing with queen c2, d5, because h6 is not really that useful in those d5 lines, I believe. It's slightly suffering for black, I believe, but it's definitely playable. Then I also played, when I was like much younger, when I was like your student, I probably played knight c6, the main line. And I also played against the King's Indian expert, Kozul. I played queen e8 once in Bosnia.
That's very interesting move.
Queen e8, yes, but then like the d5, b4,
yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
But it's interesting also.
Yeah.
And yeah, so knight e6, I believe it's the first time I played. And now here, the two main moves are rook e1 and bishop e3. Here, he played mainly bishop e3. Rook e1 he only played, I believe, like in blitz games. So I expected it the most. And now here, I played the best engine move, which is queen e7. Of course, I mean, it has an idea. You want to force d5 because you want to take on d4 now after queen e7. So it has a definite idea. Here also what's possible, knight g4, c6. There are many possible moves here basically. But queen e7, and now the main line goes with d5. d5, knight g4, bishop g5, f6, bishop h4, because if you go back with the bishop, then f5.
Yeah.
So bishop h4, and now here, I'm not going to reveal my prep,
Don't do it.
but yeah, it starts from here. So, but he didn't do that, he went for this move, which once again he played against Damjanovic in the Olympiad. So now here, I mean here you have to know, okay, after I took, what do you have to know is if he takes now knight d4, there's only, I believe, one good move that gives black equality, which is, I don't know, is it like too simple to see if you're like seeing this the first time? Because I'll probably think like c6 in the game.
C6 I would
But no,
play.
but queen e5 is the move.
Queen e5.
Yeah, you're attacking the bishop, and now you have to play as white knight f3 back. And then I can move queen e8 back, attacking the pawn on e4 again, and then your pieces are not very well placed. So you have to kind of like know that idea. But what he did is what he did in the game against Damjanovic. Knight d5, yeah, now he took everything, c6 now, and now this is the position where I actually, here I started to think, is here rook e8 the move at all? I knew that like f3 was played like in the game and that's the line, but rook e8, so rook e8 is the move. And now here, I remember that yesterday I was seeing this in my mega database, this game, and someone was commentating on it and just put here plus equality, like white is slightly better already here. But of course now with engines like here, it gives complete equality with the move that I played. Knight c7, and now you just go next d5. And now, here I kind of completely like forgot, I analyzed this, but I forgot everything. I couldn't understand what do I do after rook a c1. But to be honest, I was like trying to look very prepared, you know. I was trying to do a poker face like I know everything.
You think he fell for that?
Come on, guys, let's go. So I tried to trick him. I was like, yeah, why do you play this very bad? But I didn't know. After rook a c1, the thing, yeah, like what do I play now? Do I go like, I was thinking maybe knight e6 now. So if you take knight e6, I just take bishop e6, of course. You cannot take on d6. After knight e6, but let's say you go rook fd1, right? I was thinking maybe, and now maybe d5. I was thinking maybe can I do it tactically like this? Because if you take everything, e2 is hanging.
Yeah, e2 is hanging. I believe you're right.
I don't know, is it this?
d5 seems to be working. Yeah, he can play knight e6, bishop e6, he takes
Bishop
takes,
d5.
he takes bishop d5,
Yeah,
exactly.
and again hanging on e2.
Nice.
So I was thinking that maybe this is the reason why. So here he was thinking for quite a long time, but he was kind of trying, I think, to remember his prep or something. Or
he also looked sharp, just like you.
yeah, but he's very nervous, and he was like, or was he annoyed because he maybe knew that it's just completely equal, and I knew it. So yeah, but yeah, like the game was, I think, very straightforward. Here, rook a d1, d5. Now here the only way to play would be probably c5. But then I also can maybe get some counterplay with like knight e6. It's not so simple. The d pawn could be dangerous. So what he did here was rook fe1, and now here I have something, seems like I have something better than dc4. 006. And what did I play? I just took the pawn, of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
dc4, bishop c4, rook e1, bishop d7, and now here rook e4.
we saw this position and we said it's completely growish. So
Yeah, but he wants to go rook e4. I think I played a good human move. I don't know. Maybe there's something easier. Maybe just even, I don't know, like do I go rook f8 or something? But that looked ugly. Or, okay,
we
maybe.
spoke about some rook
maybe-
d8 and rook e8 here, but queen a5, and that's why I played queen b6.
No, but now he's rook f4 threatening.
No, yeah, I know that,
Didn't-
but
He doesn't know rook f4, so that's why I play queen b6 now.
yeah, he's threatening rook f4, you're right about that.
And here, maybe here the engine just like says like bishop e6 to exchange everything, to go fe6 to plot.
But you played a great practical move.
I don't want to do that, yeah. So queen b6, and now here he just play very slowly.
Just a moment, if rook e7, you can pin the knight, right?
Rook e7, I have bishop e6, I believe.
Bishop e6, yeah.
Bishop e6, now the bishop is hanging, and now what do you even play? I mean, rook c7, of course I calculate like all the tactics, rook c7, queen c7, knight e6, I even have queen c4. But I was thinking like fe, queen e, bishop e6, king h8, and I always have queen g7, so he cannot do anything.
okay.
And now I think he's maybe even lost now. I mean,
He is worse for sure.
worse,
Yeah,
like
at this
rook
point.
d8 is coming, he's gonna be having a very hard time here to play. So he didn't do that, but he played very slowly. He went king h1, rook e8, and now,
Now it's daddy.
yeah, now he just played this, and now I exchanged everything. And yeah, here.
And now it was like easy draw against
Yeah.
Delfin.
I mean, yes, it was.
Yesterday you played a great game in Tal's variation against Karakan.
Yeah, but I don't know. Again, I did like the sacrifice, like just I had to do it because
But it's perfect sacrifice.
it's not the best. But yeah,
It's not
the best.
okay,
But from a human point, the thing is that I didn't even prepare Karakan because he plays like Najdorf mostly. So I looked at it like 5 minutes, and I remember I decided like I'm gonna play this line, and then I remember that Engine was giving in that position the bishop g5, knight g5, giving like for me like big advantage, like big advantage like 0.60, let's say 0.70, and then he plays the most logical moves, and then I'm like, okay, here now it has to be something. I cannot play it slowly, so that's why I kind of sacrificed. But I mean, it was a practically, I think, good decision.
So far, you're playing great. Lately, I've been following you and your results, and you improved a lot.
Yeah.
What's the secret? You don't want to reveal it.
Yeah. A lot of orange juice.
Orange juice. Okay, master. So thank you so much for being with us here today. Hopefully, this is not going to be your last time, which
Hopefully.
means there are going to be more of these easy draws against top players.
With black. With white, I'm gonna try.
Okay, thanks so much. Once again, this was Grandmaster Denis Kadric, and hope that you enjoyed his analysis and his sense for humor.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thanks.
Good luck. Okay, guys, so I believe it's time to make break finally. So this is the thing. Hopefully, you just enjoyed his analysis. He made so far amazing wins with the white pieces against Musar and yesterday against Karakan. Today
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's okay.
And wait, just a sec to see did we have streaming helps and everything good on YouTube.
Everybody who were guests here said you're a great chess player.
No,
Sholok, you
don't trust
so-
them. Don't
yeah.
trust them. Huh?
Sholok said, I don't know what's happening. How come he's not 2750?
Oh, probably too late for me.
What was your peak rating?
In the classical chess,
Yeah.
Not that much. 27, 20 something. But in rapid chess, that was much higher. That was 28, 29. In rapid chess,
Really?
28, 29. Yeah. Not that many years ago, just 4 years ago.
Hello guys, welcome back to the broadcasting of the European Championship, and I just have to present a special guest. After 6 rounds, there is only one guy with 5.5 points in this tournament, and there we go, Grandmaster Anton Korobov. Great performance so far, congratulations.
Thank you.
Today you drew the game. I apologize, I didn't invite you previously when you won all those games, but I guess it's never too late.
Yeah, okay, yeah, today's game was awful, I believe, yeah. And my opponent offered a draw in the position where I was about to resign.
Today,
Yeah, that's true.
would you mind sharing your game with us?
Okay, but can you move the pieces because
Yes.
I'm not familiar with modern technology. Okay, yeah,
So d4, e6, c4, bishop b4.
yeah.
We spoke about this one, bishop d2, a5.
Yeah, that was a preparation by my coach, Mr. Bernadeschi. Wow. That is a tricky line. We consider it something, some transposition to Catalan, but all of a sudden, after knight f6, a3, take on d2, yeah, and queen d2, I was out of my book and I didn't know what to do. And here I started to think, okay, I can play logically d5, but this inclusion of a3 and a5, of course, that is very good for white, yeah, in queen's gambit declined. So that is why I decided to make some kind of hedgehog structure, yeah,
And played b6.
and play b6, yeah. So everything is logical here, queen knight c3, bishop b7, queen c2. Here I didn't know what to do. My first intention was to take on f3, but okay, maybe that is the idea for the moment, but in the future I understood that this light square bishop is going to be a monster here. The closer to the endgame here, the more monstrous he is. So I decided to play d6, e4, knight d7, bishop e2, take here. I was afraid of long castling first. That was the idea, because white has to choose between long side and short side. And the problem is that here I'm not eligible to play e5 because the rook, this confrontation, rook with the queen. And I have to play some other move, and white can start something like rook g1, g4, or maybe e5, eating up the space. I was scared, but okay, yeah.
He's not that kind of a player. He never takes any risks.
But you know, this is not only about chess here, just to push mental pressure upon your opponent here, because you know this structure a3 and a5, not clear how to open up the play. But okay, here, white is very solid, e5, and here I was afraid of something like rook d1, for example. I didn't know what to do if white is not closing the position, trying to keep up the pressure.
Rook F to D1 or Rook
No,
A
no,
to
I
D1?
think Rook A to D1,
Rook A to
because
D1.
in future this Rook can be useful on E1. And there is simply no move, because Queen E7, for example, Knight D5, and I have to spoil my structure.
Queen E7.
Yeah, that is the disease on C7. Now I don't know. And E5 is hanging. So, okay, maybe that was the option, trying to make some use of my awkward pieces. But D5, okay, solid, yeah, cannot be mistake. Here, of course, here, I'm not criticizing my opponent, but in my opinion, White could have played more ambitiously. Yeah. So here I played, what did I play? I don't remember.
Queen E7.
Queen E7, yeah. Yeah. I remember old games played by Tomaszewski when he was a great fan of Boголюбов defense with black, and that was the plan in those structures. Queen E7, Rook C8, and after B4, C5. And of course, black is a little bit passive, maybe not little bit, but still their position is holdable.
All the time I was talking about some bishop c8 and king's Indian type of attack.
Yeah. I can reach that kind of position, but missing maybe 5 tempos. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. Okay, so Queen E7, B4. You played Rook C8. He went for Knight D2.
Yeah. So that was a choice for me to play C5 immediately or first to take, and I decided to open up the file, because I'm lacking space and my tanks need some breath, some fuel. C5, everything is logical here. And here he played very good, I think, D6 and Queen D3. Asking for D6 pawn and B6 pawn, both can be under attack. And that is unclear what to do, because after Knight D5, I cannot take probably on D5, because this position is very passive. And my knight on F8 with this pawn structure will never introduce itself to the cabin crew. So I decided to keep up the pressure. I played Knight D5. Yeah. I didn't take on D5. I played Queen D8, Queen E3. Nice. Knight D7.
And he was the one who offered you draw here.
Yeah. Bishop G4. And the problem is that I didn't know what to do, because here my initial plan, of course, was to play Knight E6. But after Knight E6, can you show me on the screen?
Yes.
After Knight E6, I didn't like the plan. White is taking E6 and retreating to C3. And the plan is here, okay, 2 weaknesses, B6, D6, and A file. And they are very, very easy plays, something like Queen D3, then F3, yeah. No, we cannot know.
It's black's turn.
Yeah. Just the order of move. Yeah, Queen D3, F3, Rook FD1, Knight F1, Knight E3. And I have to sacrifice something, either a pawn or a file, and I have no counterplay because my bishop is cut. I was very much scared because the weakest point in my play now is physicality, and to suffer endlessly that kind of position are very challenging for me.
So, but okay, you see, even engine doesn't give like a big advantage to white. Maybe from practical point of view, it's
But
difficult.
from practical point of view, okay, you have no counterplay. Yeah, white is not bearing any risk. Yeah, you can play just, okay, even H3 is not there spoiling the position, and just have a look what your opponent is going to do. I didn't like it at all, because that is a kind of now neither structure, but okay. I have no access to D4 square, I don't know how to attack C4, I have no counterplay, of course. Maybe that is holdable with precision, yeah? With precise play, but, okay, you have to try.
We can consider, so you can consider this game okay result.
Yeah.
But yesterday you made a beautiful game.
Oh yeah. Yesterday I was very aggressive, I don't know why.
I'm following Twitter, and I'm actually part of the Twitter community. I saw so many positions of yours with bishop takes a6 sacrifice, with rook takes c6, so it's a beautiful game, really.
Yeah, with a couple of mistakes, but still, yeah.
Unless one make mistake, another one cannot win, right? So, would you mind like analyzing other games with us in this competition? So let's go from the beginning. So, Safarli against Kurokolos.
And what is the assessment of the position here?
It's We
Because
don't use engines, but actually you have this eval bar that could in a way be kind of a helpful.
But okay, from practical point of view, that is easier for black to play. Okay, you have two tanks attacking G2, and this sniper is necessary on A7, and maybe that is better for white to maybe even to sacrifice a piece just to, sorry, just to cut the bishop. So, but that is very tricky. I like the previous move. Some moves ago, C4.
Yeah, he played like this. So he played at this moment. I was analyzing this game with another guest, Grandmaster Kadric, and we both agreed that black is better.
Oh.
Even though engine was liking white's game. Knight e5, bishop c5, d takes, c6, b4. Although, just like you see, it's pretty much. Can we say that it's unclear?
And what to do for white now? What can you offer?
Maybe c5.
C5, simply sacrifice an heir. Knights, and after cd5, ed5, queen goes somewhere, but where, yeah?
But
And, okay, maybe some positional, yeah? Just queen d3.
looks difficult for white in any case. So
Yeah, but okay, after this structure, c5, cd5, ed5, at any moment you have d6 cutting the bishop, yeah? And this bishop on a7 is not working. But on the other side, yeah, the bishop on d7 can be.
he always can now consider taking and sacking on c5, but maybe not. You cannot move the knight because he defends here. So I don't know.
Okay, I can offer here h4. Is it possible, h4? And then my plan is to play.
Let's say I go rook g6.
Probably, yeah, to g6, and now I play g3 to get rid of this weakness. And then I'm trying to set up a typical Sveshnikov blockade. Yeah, knight goes to f5. Somebody, maybe the queen, goes to e4. Not the role for Her Majesty, but still. And that can be nearly winning, because as soon as the white gets strategical control over the situation, this massive pawns, everything is go okay. On the queen side now, that is 5 versus 2 pawns.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is a vast majority. And g3 is not the weakness. I like this position from white's point of view.
So you think that after b4, bishop e7, c5 could
Yeah,
be
yeah,
interesting
yeah.
practice?
Because, okay, tanks are very strong, usually very strong, but they need assistance of a sniper.
Yeah.
That is my experience from Counter-Strike.
Exactly. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Oops. Kuparadze against Navara. Take a look at this one. This guy is just blitzing out all the time, his games.
So this is going to be some kind of Capablanca endgame, yeah? So this is draw or not? Easy draw?
Looks like it's an easy draw.
Here, okay, here. White, black has to take on c3 and then transfer.
Maybe even king d5 first.
King d5 here, retreating to somewhere to e7, taking c3, knight, king f4.
He should be mobilizing his king from g5 as soon as possible.
Yeah, maybe that is draw. I don't know how to improve here, but still that is tricky, because some kind of Zugzwangs and so on and so on. But Mr. Kuparadze is playing very fast. He had a fantastic game with Rothstein, simply crushing, checkmating the guy, and having maybe 1 hour 50 minutes after the end of the game.
Yeah,
It's a miracle.
Yeah.
This terrific event should go down there, Guinness Record Book here.
So have you played against him?
Huh?
Have you played against him?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he's always playing that fast.
Yeah, I remember once we played during the World Rapid and Blitz. That was a rapid game, and he was playing something like with a rhythm 1 second per move.
So he was just playing bullet against you.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so this most likely is going to be drawn. Sargsyan against Yargus Pashak. Does he have a practical chances to push here for a win?
You know, Sargsyan is extremely strong, maybe one of the best in those type of positions. You have only one weakness, but he is very smart with these small improvements, with small provocations. Okay, but okay, of course that is much closer to a draw than to winning, but not when it is about Sargsyan. But on the other hand, okay, black is active, not here. Nothing special,
Nothing special,
Yeah.
okay. Jean Moussard against Dima Mastro Asilis.
So, first, the material is equal. That is very important. Because for me now, that is very challenging to calculate the material. And I'm calculating on the board and then killed pieces. So, okay, that is typical Chabanenko structure. It seems like black resolved his problems, yeah?
All the time it was looking better, all the time, but all of a sudden it looks great for black.
Okay, now black pieces are okay, and that is not that clear, yeah, because this pressure in the center will not allow white to invade via a file. But still, that is double-edged, of course.
Yeah, but it's so...
But I don't like the knight on h4, but
Brkić pretke.
oh. So, black is expecting long fight for a draw, yeah? Because d5 and space advantage, and even here, even after exchanging all tanks, that can be very pleasant to defend that kind of bishop endgame. Yeah, I know it from the legacy of Capablanca. If you don't trust me, trust Capablanca.
So, Vogar Asadli against Osipenko.
In my opinion, black is better now. No compensation for two bishops. By the way, knight h5 is a trick, maybe, yeah, at a certain moment.
Knight h5, and when he played c4, yeah.
But okay, yeah, there are a lot of options for black. For example, is it possible? No, that is impossible. To take rook b4 on account of rook d5, yeah? And c8, his hanging mate. And what is if black plays bishop c4?
Bishop c4, yes, rook is hanging.
Yes, the rook is hanging.
So can he go with rook c1?
Okay, after rook c1.
But then rook b4.
Even rook b4, but maybe and other moves are also possible.
You're right, bishop c4.
But after bishop c4, maybe knight h5.
Knight h5.
Yeah, trying to scare your opponent here with this weak king and different color bishops. Okay, so of course here, not that clear.
Exactly.
I have a huge belief in two bishops, but
Kadric was guest here. He made a fairly easy draw against Gelfand with black, so we were discussing this game already. Frederick Svane looks a lot better here.
yeah, it's high time for black to resign, I believe.
Looks like his
Total control.
complete control.
Okay, everything is hanging, the king is exposed. And what to do, for example, after bishop b5, winning the material?
Yeah.
And after rook b6, even knight a4 is the option, and now
Complete torture.
yeah, and now two rooks are hanging. Yeah, probably that is a matter of technique, because no counterplay. And you know, that is always a problem, not only d5 square, but empty bishop on h6.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the bishop is not working, and here, like, yeah, Guardiola school, 5 versus 4 winning.
Sarana against Dragnev.
Okay, queen plus knight, white has to be aggressive. In my opinion, good plan, what can I care? e4 and e5. Don't care about material, white has to push via majority and to expose the king and then to start this tandem.
Queen plus knight, there is also Capablanca legacy.
Yeah, of course, of course.
So,
No, that is mainly of Tal and Alekhine, but okay, we know some good examples here with this material and Capablanca, yeah.
so this looks like a lot
Queen g4.
practically better for white.
Of course, and the rook on h6, I don't like it at all.
And the
yeah.
rook on h6, and possibly to move the king
Yeah.
to h1 to save it. This is Cheparinov against Morzin.
Wow. So the question here, whether white will be able to invade with the queen. Probably not, yeah? Or yes? I don't know what to offer here. Okay, bishop g5, for example, yeah? And after queen d7, queen c5.
Bishop b6.
And here I have, I think, queen c3. Threatening a5 and a6. I need this c6 square. That is the only square I can invade via.
Yeah. Nice. So
Or
bishop g5.
looks unpleasant. And I'm not sure that that black can enter the queen's endgame because e6 is there. And in this in this race of two horses here, killing pawns, white is a huge favorite.
Nice.
So maybe some problems. Yeah, okay.
Bacro drew
Oh, that is over there.
Yeah, very fast. Niels Grandelius against Gumulars.
Some kind of a typical endgame here, nothing special in this line.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe white is slightly better, but nothing special. Yeah.
Okay, do we have some exciting games? This is your opponent from yesterday, Ponomarev against Parlegras.
Oh, Ponomarev is better, yeah?
A lot
c6,
better.
here c6 is a weakness. Okay, you can choose to win two bishops or not, and your rooks are controlling very important here line, so no counterplay. Okay, yeah, with good technique, serious problems for black, maybe.
Serious problems for black, so Ponomarev a lot better. Kozak Adam against Santos Latasa, they drew the game.
Yeah.
This is Gledura against Suleimanli.
White is very active, yeah?
Yeah, white looks a
White
lot
is
better.
very active here.
So looks a lot better.
Yeah, at least no easy equality, that is for sure. Because a8 is hanging and a5 and c7 and here. You know, where the position is nearly within according to Kasparov when you compare in your pieces and that of your opponent, and every piece of white is far better than that of rook. You can compare here queens, knights.
So that is like much better for white.
Yeah? That is draw, yeah?
That
Oh,
is-
they are playing?
They're playing, yep.
But how many moves they made in the game? Because it looks like move 5, no? Or 10. Do you believe in the position?
This is position.
Oh,
I
that is the
apologize. You're right.
Oh, black is okay here, yeah?
Black is absolutely in absolute control.
Yeah, that is up to black to choose whether to play knight e5 somewhere, trying to improve the structure. By the way, knight e5, fe5. Okay, yeah.
This guy beat yesterday Guijarro from Spain.
Oh,
so-
huge game, yeah?
he's-
Very nice technique.
How old is he?
Whom?
Sichev.
I don't know, I have never witnessed his passport.
No, I'm just if he's younger. Abbasov Nijet against Yannick.
So, white has to resolve the problem coordination of rooks. But okay, here, vulnerable squares. I like white's position.
White
And
looks-
the last move was rook e1.
Rookie 127 move, yeah.
I would
Also,
have played f3, king f2, trying to invade via a file. Maybe e5 has to be protected for some reason, but I don't know why, to tell the truth. But okay, yeah, white is
F3
controlling.
king f2 is a nice plan, yeah. Rook a1 and nice. So white is a lot better here.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Nasuta Kuzubov.
Oh, huge fight. Very modern line is Sveshnikov. I like black's position
I also like
because there c5 is given nothing and okay, active pieces and attacking the king. Problems, okay, practical problems for white. That is for sure.
So black is better in this game. Bernatsky.
Bernadeschi, so he's a pawn up. Nice. But on the other hand, h3 is a threat and rook b7 is a
So
threat.
I should pronounce Bernadeschi.
Bernadeschi, yeah, that
Okay,
is
thanks.
his nickname, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Rook b7 and h3, two threats, and that is not that clear for black how to
He's up a pawn.
stabilize the material advantage. Maybe f5, or that is too much for the times of capitalism. How do you think?
F5, knight c5, I guess.
Knight c5, yeah, and something like invading the second rank because rook d2. Good chances for black, no, after f5, because I don't see sufficient counterplay. Maybe knight g5 somewhere, but still we're not clear. Even rook d7, getting stability over the seventh rank.
Okay,
Nice.
but black is in control
Yeah,
of this
sure,
game.
sure.
And, nice. So, Darda, all these guys are possibly with 4 points. So, who could be your opponent? I guess only the guys on top 5 boards, I guess.
So maybe my opponent is being selected now in the game Safarli versus this Greek
I believe
talent.
so. I believe so. So let me just once again check that game. Safarli is getting against this Greek guy. So Safarli played. Aha, this is the game. So let's take a look what happened. We had Safarli played, instead of c5 sacking the piece, he played h4, h5. He captured the pawn, and now it's black's turn. Oof.
But I don't
There are
understand.
tactics here.
No. Queen h3. Can you explain?
Yeah. Queen h3, g. But no, g3 is almost.
But okay, he didn't hear. The sniper on a7 is working now. Okay, all the pieces in the attack, and rook and a1 is not there. d5 is hanging, e3 is hanging, g2 is hanging. I don't know, where maybe white is already lost. Oh no!
But queen
knight,
h3, king f1.
Knight e7, knight e7 is the option. I am absolutely dumb. After queen and knight e7, but let's continue the line. For example, king d8, take on g8, bishop takes e3, queen f3, messy, but probably good for white. Maybe
Aha, queen f3 is but still, just like you see, the engine Nival prefers black.
here, okay, here, we can know deceive the laws of mathematics, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the number of attacking guys is more than that of defenders. And what is the suggestion? Yeah, because I'm not able to calculate the line.
We're not able to see the
To see?
engine because
Okay. That is not fair, yeah?
that is not fair, exactly.
Oh. There can be the line? Okay. I'm completely dumb. But okay, I'm not stockfish. Queen h3, knight e7, king d8, knight takes g8, bishop takes e3, queen plays f3, and rook plays g3. Very beautiful position. Everything is pinned.
Oh, I like it. Rook to g3.
Oh, maybe white. Probably white is winning anyway, but the position is beautiful. Maybe not that clear.
Yeah, oops, some moves were played here. So he played queen e8. And Safarli played c5, c takes d5. And it's very interesting that the engine keeps on, improving on black's game here with the
But the
assessment.
problem is that in the previous line that we considered h4 and g3, yeah, that was very important. And now that is tricky, e5, and for example, after taking on d5, yeah, rook g2 is the option, and bishop h3, for example. Even this. Not that clear. And what is the position? What is the material? 2 pounds for a piece. Don't know.
And bishop on a7 seems to be pretty closed, but there must be something crazy here for black.
And what is the line? Okay, take rook g2, knight g2, bishop h3. So the knight cannot be protected.
If this guy wins, you can play against him.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So
Looks very dangerous. Okay, I have a feeling that white is lost here. I cannot explain why, but that is too much. You have to resolve two strategical problems here: sacrifice closing the sniper and defending the king. And he closed the sniper and eat up a pawn instead of defending the king. All Safrali is very hungry today because in their hotel they have very bad breakfast. That was the point behind his playing rook f6.
Okay, so just like you see, these are your opponents possibly tomorrow. So far, you're just doing fantastic.
Not that bad. I guess I shouldn't complain here.
Yeah, I guess with 5.5 out of 6 in European Championship, you shouldn't complain. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Thanks for helping with the analysis. Actually helped me a lot. Now I know the assessments of the games. And hopefully I'm gonna see you more here, but for sure I'm gonna invite you if you win some beautiful game just like yesterday.
Okay,
and
no problem.
For sure I'm gonna catch
I'll
you
try
up.
my best, yeah.
Thanks so much and all the best till the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, guys, you had a chance to get the analysis and an interview of a leader of the tournament, Grandmaster Anton Korobov. Anton Korobov, up to today's round, he was the only guy with 5 wins out of 5 games. He drew today his game against Nguyen, and you could have seen the analysis of a top GM and the player, how easily he get those assessments of positions without engine, also lots of nice descriptions, and that was very refreshing and helpful. Thank you so much. So let's carry on with the games. Today we already had let me just tell you the results. So Nguyen against Korobov is drawn. Asadli drew against Esipenko, where, well, Gelfand drew against Kadric. Cheparinov drew against Murzin, even though Korobov found that bishop g5, queen c5 idea to push for a win. Azarov drew against Bakro, and Kozak against Latasa. He drew his game as well. So these are the results. There are no decisive advantages. I'd like to check the game of one of the highest rated Serbian players now, Aleksandar Injic. He's playing his game, he's down an exchange, but let's take a look at this one. I believe from practical point of view, he's in full control of the game because he has those greatly placed knights against pretty bad bishop because it hits its own pawn on e4. Also, there are like those 2 rooks, and they don't have like any special activity in this position. So all things considered, this has to be, from practical point of view, better for black. Okay, this is the thing. So this is what we need to. Check there. Injic is doing better in this position. Let's move on to the next game. So Rakhmanov drew against Gorstein. This guy Gorstein is really putting up a good fight and resistance. So far, all his opponents were a lot higher rated, and no one could break his defense that easily. Daniel Fernandez against Sargsyan Shant. Black looks better. Simply, he's got this backward pawn on d3, and apart from that, knight on e6 is doing a great job. Bishop on a5 pins the knight. It can always go back to b6 to control the d1, so black is better here. Then we have Jan Subel against Vladislav Kovalev. Okay, this is a pawn up for white, but with a pawn up for black, but white has this passed pawn, so which gives him, and with these greatly placed rooks and the queen on c2, it absolutely looks fine or for white, or white just has a great compensation. Rasmus Zvane, he's in this game with his beautifully placed knights on c4 and b5. Okay, what do we have there? So 6 pawns for white. White is up a pawn, but he's really having powerful knights against those bishops. Zvane yesterday lost with his bishop against the knight, while tonight he can perform and make a full point out of having better knight than bishops. Okay, we'll see what's going to happen there. Let's move on to the next one. So white is practically better in that position. Gokir Khan against Vocaturo. Vocaturo has some sort of initiative in the end game. He's up, he's not up a pawn, but he's up in terms of initiative and space, although nothing that decisive looks like. But okay, still he can push for a win and maybe he can get something out of this position. Let's move on to the next one. This is Zanan Drew to Tersahan. Jonas Biere plays against Yair Parkhov. So what's this? 3-5, 3-5. Looks like a little bit better position maybe for white because of this activity, but nothing decisive, I'd say. So let's go for the next one. Emrejan drew against Kozakovsky. Iskandarov, he was completely winning yesterday, and he drew that game against Gorstein. You remember that we've been following that game for quite a while. Right now against Willow. So what's happening here? Oh my goodness, he's up a piece. So this is dead winning. Yeah, so this is dead winning. Next one. Hovhannisyan against Sarachi. Hovhannisyan is nothing that special. I don't see how is he going to push here for anything more. Okay, this looks drawish. Black looks defendable. Brandon Clark drew against Paravian, came up with perpetual check. Then we have Evgenis Ioannidis against Lupulescu. So maybe he's got a little bit better activity because this guy has a broken pawn structure and more of these pawn islands, but nothing that special. So maybe it's just a little bit better for white. Cassenton Frederick, he's lost against Kobole. He's down 2 pawns. Kobole is winning. Garyachkina, she's doing great. She's winning against Tornike Sanikidze. It's very interesting to check the games of women today because it's the International Women's Day. And look at this. We're just checking the game of the best women in this competition. It's Alexandra Garyachkina, and she's winning in this game. She's completely winning. Okay. Next one. Thomas Laursas beat Eitan Rosen. We're just checking those lower boards. Nevednici is fighting hard against Levic, but this is roughly equal. Gurel drew against Nesterov. Then we have Pavel Teklov against Tsvetan Stoyanov from Bulgaria. Looks a little bit better for white. Once again, that pawn structure is so important. So always that material, and after material, you just check the pawn structure and how healthy or not healthy pawn structure is on the board. Olga Badelka drew against Rudik Makarian. She's doing good in this tournament. She's really doing good. She's performing well. Another woman who's doing good in this tournament. Seaman, who yesterday made something surprising, I can't remember against whom. He's now completely winning against Grandmaster Koba Ori. Look at his knights, look at the rook on the 8th rank, look at the queen that could possibly go somewhere into the black's camp. Inactivity and impossibility by black to get any activity in this position makes this position extremely hard for black. So what do we have here? Stremovicius drew against Ohanian, and my ex-student Grandmaster Zajic won. So he beat Mark Andrea Morizzi. So Zajic with 2 wins. Yesterday he beat up one GM, today another. He's just doing good and he keeps on improving on the standings. Very nice for him, and congratulations to him. This was a nice mate. So let's just see how did he mate his opponent, because looks like this guy with the black pieces didn't want to resign. So what was happening there? Queen a4, check, 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 came up with this check, and this one he delivered this checkmate. So congratulations to Milan Zajic. Okay, we're now checking Gavrilescu against Megalios. It was drawn. Pastor Balash against Petkov Momchil, and we have like so many other games as well. We're gonna see what's happening in those games. I just want to check young Serbian IM Tadic Stefan. He drew against Grandmaster Yilmaz Erli, so good result for him as well. And I just want to check one more Serbian guy. Varmerdam is winning against Benzinger. And I wanted to check Velimir Ivic, but just like you see, he already drew his game against Ori Kopchavi. Okay, let's get back to top games, and let's get back to the most important game currently between Safarli and Korkolos. Korkolos seems to be completely in control of this game. I was about to say winning, but it is actually winning, because he can push e4 followed by queen e5. He's threatening to take on c5. He just won this pawn on b4. Safarli looks lost. He looks at this moment lost. He just played d6. The very first thing that has to be calculated probably has to be bishop c5, d7, queen d7, yeah, and nothing. So simply, I don't see any problems with the bishop c5, because once he opens up that bishop, okay, so bishop takes c5, and in d7, queen d7. Bishop c5 also threatens rook takes g3 afterwards. So, and this is such an important game, because we had a guest. It was the leader of this tournament, Grandmaster Anton Korobov, and just like you could have heard him, who wins this game is gonna be his opponent. And looks like young Greek GM is about to, actually he's an IM still, so he's about to win this one. And we're just checking what's so difficult and what's so problematic about bishop c5. I don't see a problem with the bishop c5. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but this seems to be absolutely fine for black. And when I say fine, it's far from fine, it's completely winning, it looks like. Okay, let's move on to the next board. So what do we have there? Jules Mussar against Dimitrios Mastrovasilis. Mastrovasilis likes these type of games and positions without much sparkle on the board, so he's just doing fine, so this is okay. He might be going with some, I don't know even, But okay, this is game that is about to be equal. Then we have Alexander Pretke. He's been suffering bad in this game ever since a very early opening of the game. He seems to be a lot worse in this endgame. King on e4 is way better and way more active. A rook on the 7th rank. And Brkic, just like I previously told you, he's always doing fine with the white pieces, especially against Sicilians. But in general, with the white pieces, he's like extremely good. Okay, he seems to be winning in this one. Pretke is gonna hardly make a draw in this one. Asadli drew Esipenko. In the meantime, Kadric drew Frederick Svane. He seems to be completely winning here against Šarić. And it's gonna be a very, very difficult task to Šarić to hold this game. He's down in exchange. He's got so many weaknesses. So from practical point of view, this is almost undefendable. That bishop on h6 is an empty piece, but in this endgame it does a good job because white cannot break with his rooks on a3, on d2, on c1. So at the moment it's actually looking pretty much okay for black, but okay, it's still, that doesn't make this position not being lost. Okay, so then we have Sarana beat Dragnev. Sarana is doing great. He's really performing well so far, especially when he's white. He played this move, Queen f5. This is so-called deflection in chess. So you're deflecting the queen, and if the queen takes, you first give check, and then exchange these rooks, and then you take the queen, and then should be winning. So Sarana won a great game today. Chaperenov drew against Murzin. Azarov, he drew. We spoke about this one. You heard leader of the tournament, nothing more than maybe tiny advantage for white, but it's not enough. Ponomarev seems to be better. He's playing with the bishop pair. He's playing against that pawn on c6. From practical point of view, he's like a lot better, but is he gonna be able to convert this into a full point? We'll watch and carefully see what's happening there. Adam Kozak drew. Gladura, Sulejmanli, it's looking completely winning now for Gladura. I'm just checking, what if rook c6? What am I missing here? What if rook c6? I don't see a defense for this guy. I mean, rook c6 and queen e5. No, wait a sec. Rook c6, queen e5. That could be the defense. That could be the defense. So rook c6, queen e5, going with rook somewhere, giving some discoveries by knight, and going for a full point there. But this looks just... But okay, it's hardly defendable for black. I would definitely take on c6. An interesting possibility could be knight d6 first. And if knight d6, he takes d6. That one also looks like pretty good for white. Whenever they take eventually on c6, they will just threaten rook c8 because queen is on c2 and it controls the h7 square. So this king is always in mate. Okay, what else do we have there? Manuel Petrosian against Clemente Sichev. So 3-6, 3-6. Sichev is doing better. Nijat Abbasov, he's completely winning because g5 is about to fall. Yeah, this one seems to be technically winning for white. I have no doubts that he's going to do well there. Let's see Kuzubov's game. He was in full control, but Somehow now white managed to somehow defend his position. And from worst position now this seems absolutely unclear at least. Because all of a sudden, what happened there? We checked this game here. We checked this game when he played queen g7, which was absolutely nice. b4, queen h6, which is okay. Bishop e5, and h3. He played king h8, bishop g4, and went with bishop e4. What an interesting game. And how position that was seemingly okay for black went absolutely for okay, this is now okay position for white. I don't see much problems for white in this position. Bernadeschi won against Kukmazov, so he converted his advantage in the endgame. Darda is just a little bit worse against Sadikov. Sadikov has a great material balance here. I'd say that he's got a great compensation, knight and 2 pawns for the rook. Also, king on h1 could possibly look weak. So Sadikov is absolutely okay in this position. Shevchenko, he's up a pawn, but is he going to be able to win this? That's a real question, although this a3 is a very interesting move. Do you know what? He now prevents rook coming to b4. He wants to go with rook a6 and wants to push this pawn eventually on a4 and a5. But for the time being, he doesn't want to let his rook going on b4 and to defend on b6. What a nice move, a3 by Shevchenko. I like it. Halkias against Maritrosian. Halkias is doing great. He's in full control of this game. Way better bishop, way better knight, even way better rooks. So you heard Anton Korobov, he said that Kasparov used to say when all the pieces like that stand better than opponent pieces, then we just have to say that somebody is like much better. Okay, let's take a look at Wojtaszek against Sabino Brunello. Looks a little bit better for Wojtaszek, but it's around drawn. Bircin against Ivanchuk. 2-4-5, 2-4-5. Ivanchuk, even though the material is equal, looks a lot better for Ivanchuk because he's got a bishop against the knight on both sides of the board. He's fighting against this broken pawn structure, so this is looking great for Ivanchuk. And Ivanchuk is slowly but surely getting up on the standings. The legendary GM here, all together with Gelfand, he's one of the most attractive players in the tournament. And it's quite interesting, even though they just belong to that older generation of these GMs, they're still performing so good in this tournament and fighting for top places. Okay, so nice position for Ivanchuk. Ingic is keep on grinding down his opponent. This is exactly what I told you from practical point of view. He's like a lot better, and it's so much easier to play a game like this from black's point of view than from white's. Take a look at this bishop on g2. It really looks it looks bad. I mean, that's what I told you. It hits its own pawn on e4. All these pawns are on the light squares. He's got a light square bishop. That makes that bishop being so bad. From another point of view, he has these beautiful knights on e5, especially because it controls g4, pretty much restricts the white pieces, defends f7. Another one can go on c5, increase pressure. Ingic is going to win this for sure. So this is we spoke about this one. Kovalov against Jan Sobel. This is, of course, pawn up and should be a lot practically better for white. Zvane, I just told you yesterday, he suffered because he had a bishop against the knight. Tonight, he's the one who's actually forcing his opponent to suffer because his knight is now way better than the opponent's bishop. So this is an easily technically winning game. Gokjerkan against Vokaturo. Vokaturo is better all the time. I apologize. He's the one who's better. Rook activity is what is especially important in this type of position. King activity as well, and definitely with a little bit better rooks, better king, also more advanced pawns. This seems to be practically better for black, but still a long way to go there. Biera against Parhov is drawn. This one as well. Iskandarov won. Sarachi, he drew the game. Brandon Clark drew. Kobalia won. Garyachkina is completely winning. In the meantime, she's got a bishop pair and 2 pawns up, so this is technically completely winning. Then we have Laursas won. Nevednici against Leon Levic. Looks maybe a little bit better, but it's hard to win this one. Nesterov is about to make draw. Pavel Teklov looks better and better. Makarian against Badelka drew. Jakub Seaman, he's better against Kobaori, definitely because of piece activity. Stremovicius drew. Zajic won. Nice win for a Serbian player. Pastor Balash is just looking better for black. Knight is better with this rook and active pieces. Tadic Stefan drew against Yilmaz Erli. So just like you see, we have some very important things here and going. Let's go back to Safarli against Korkolos, Ardidis, Tamatis. So this guy is up a piece. His last move was queen e6. Looks like he's got a full control of the game after queen e6. Safarli is just suffering because he's down a piece. He seems to be completely lost here. But actually, take a look at this one. They just popped up that the game just ended and Korkolos made another great win. So yesterday he won 1 game. Today he beat Safarli with black pieces, and tomorrow most likely he's gonna face Anton Korobov. This is a big win for a Greek player. Just like you see, he's still an IM, rated 25-20, fantastic play so far. So all the compliments to the guy, and only IM on the top boards. So you can just take a look at it. All these guys are GMs except him on the second board, and he even wins with the black pieces. And now he's going to the top and he's gonna face Anton Korobov. Let's take a look at the game of Zvane and Ivan Šarić. It's getting better and better for white. He wants to improve his king, wants to play bishop d3 at some point. Šarić has lots of practical problems to solve here. Maybe to use his king to go to b6 and c5. But is it gonna be enough? Because if king b6, bishop d3, so it should be fine for white. So let's move on. Šarić is gonna hardly defend this game. Brkićante against Pretke. Brkićante against Pretke, he's still pushing for a win. Pretke has to find a way to defend this endgame. He's certainly worse because king on e5 is way more active. He's got a possible passer on d4. So this is a very difficult position to draw with the black pieces because active king on e5, passed pawn on d4, those are the things that give you a huge advantage. Let's get back to Injic game. Injic game is very interesting. Ponomarev is a lot and lot better every single moment. Frederic Zvane is better against Šarić. Gledura is just better. Abbasov Nijat is winning. Nasuta is now completely winning against Kuzubov. Kuzubov once again in mutual time trouble, made mistake, and he's about to he's lost here. He's lost here. He's He's about to lose this pawn on d5. White has a passed pawn, and everything seems to be so problematic in Black's game. Very surprising, because Kuzubov had a full control, and he was the one to be in the driver's seat during the game. Bernadeschi won. Darda against Sadikov. It's getting absolutely okay for... Last move by White was, you see, Queen f6, Bishop f6, Bishop takes c5. After rook h3, King g1, and now he's threatening to take on a7. He's also threatening... This is okay. This looks like one of those positions that are about to be pretty much even. Then let's take a look at Shevchenko's game. He's just pushing this endgame for a win, but best practical chance for Black. He just created a passed pawn in the 40th move, which is nice. By the way, don't forget, they're just finishing their time troubles. Okay, Stelios Halkias against Maritrosian, rook to b3, most likely some rook to b7 ideas here. Wojtaszek against Brunello, it looks drawish. Beardson against Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk made a nice move, bishop e7, put a bishop back, threatens f5, and he just wants to win the pawn on h4. Droshka against Injic. Injic keeps on improving. He played rook c3. He wants to place the queen on a3 and go after the pawn on e3. He wants to take by one knight on c4 and drag another one. It is very important not to give White to breathe. So this is completely positionally winning for Injic. And it will be nice to see him winning this one. Sargsyan Shantis, he kept on improving his position. This one seems to be practically better for White. Svan Erasmus played f3. What if rook f3? Yes, nice one. His opponent just resigned, so another nice win for German GM. Vocaturo, he's better and nothing changed there. So just to tell you something, probably the biggest, not only upset, but the biggest result today was by Korkulos, who won against Safarli, and for sure he's going to face Korobov tomorrow. Okay, I also want to tell you and to emphasize the importance of win by Alexei Sarana in that game. He's the only guy, along with Korkulos, to win his game, but looks like Nijat Abbasov, Nasuta, they're about to win, Ponomarev as well. So these are possibly biggest winners of today's round, all together with Bernadeschi in that game. Okay, so we have like possibly big winners. You just have to keep in mind that Nguyen is on 5 points, so he's also going to be, so Korobov 5.5, Nguyen 5, Korkulos 5.5. Fantastic score for the Greek players so far. So it's going to be very interesting to see tomorrow's round between him and Korobov. Okay, let's move on to Frederick Svan against Šarić. He played king b6. I told you he probably has to do it. White, on the other hand, is looking for some activity on the a file, but he needs to keep one rook on the d file to control the d5 by White. He can maybe, you know, his bishop was on b3, so he played bishop c2 and played b3. He always can go with the bishop d3, bishop c4 to control the pawn on d6, but he needs to keep one rook on the d file to control the d5 square, and with another rook to go on a file. That's the way to go there. What's happening in other games? Not many games are going on top boards, so we will have problems with following these games. Brkichante against Pretke, it's a very difficult endgame for Pretke. What is this one? Jules Mussar against Master Vasilis Dimitrios. Exactly type of position with which Dimitrios should be happy with. Very even type of position. Then what else do we have? Yeah, that's the game. Ponomarev against Parlegras, what's happening there? Ponomarev keeps on writing down his opponent, so it's nice. And what makes these games being, you know, like now relatively decided and easier to analyze, most of these guys just ran out of their time trouble. So let me just see if that's the case. So let me just see this one. We have this one, Jules Moussard against Dimitrios Mastrovasilis. They're in time trouble. So let's just see how are they going to play and come out of their mutual Zeitnot or time trouble. So last move is rook a6. He doesn't want to give this guy to push the opponent to get any sort of activity. This is pretty much, just like I said previously, even. Cannot go with a queen d4 because he would just take on a5. Cannot move, probably rook c3 or just moving the light square bishop. But this is going to be a draw. This is going to be a draw. He played bishop c2. He doesn't want to go with queen d8 because of rook a1. And maybe some king move, king h7, for example, or king g7 could absolutely be fine for black, because those are moves that you always go for in mutual time troubles, not to take any unnecessary risks, and your position just looks okay. So that's the thing. Let's just see what is he gonna go for, but I would definitely go with some king move. A rook shouldn't move from a6. Queen on f6 is doing great. You can't move your bishop, so basically you gotta move your king. What else? Or keeping the queen on g7, but I don't see why wouldn't I just use my king and support it somehow with either king f7, king g7, or king h7. But when you make these king moves, you just have to put your king somewhere where your opponent won't be able to take advantage of it. So that's like an important thing in this position. So this is the thing. Okay. Yeah, king h7, you see I was right. So he played bishop d3. He can now go king g7, for example. It's going to be the last move before the time trouble. So this is one of the most important games on top boards. I guess king g7. And this is exactly the moment where they're about to finish the time trouble, and they're just going to objectively look upon this game and probably agreed on a draw, realizing that they can hardly break onto the opponent's game. So this is just a nice one. So bishop to d3. So let's go. Bishop d3. Why do I expect the king move here once again? So previously I spoke about this position. I said king h7, bishop d3, and I once again expect maybe this time king g7 or king h6, but it's pretty much the same. King, yeah, exactly. So you see, it's pretty much the same. King on h6 is not doing anything. He doesn't want to spoil the position of the queen on f6. This is the thing. In another game, Brkic against Pretke. Pretke is taking almost whole his time, but this is now an endgame, and this is going to be a long-lasting endgame. This is draw. Frederick Zvane, they just came out of the time trouble. Sarana won. Chaparinov drew. So all these games are drawn. Ponomarev, 42nd move. They're also out of the time trouble. And Gladura out of the time trouble, but he's up a pawn, so he's got chances. Petrosian against this one. This is okay. Okay, guys, so let me just go to Ingic's game before we make another coffee break before these games. Abbasov Nijat, he's winning, and he's up to pawns, and they're also out of time trouble. Then we have Nasuta against Kuzubov in a mutual time trouble. He absolutely tricked his opponent and got into completely winning position against Kuzubov. Whereas, what else? Here, Ivanchuk is getting better and better in his position, but it's still a long way to go. And finally, we have Injic, who keeps on improving. Looks like this guy just centralized his queen, but after like knight c5, I don't see what are you going to do. You don't even have to play knight c5. You can even play queen a3 or queen a3, and position looks better and better. Okay, guys, let me just go on another break because all these time troubles are just off. So see you a bit later. Dobro. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the European Championship 2023. We're in the sixth round, and I got an honor to present you a very lovely, cheerful, and a great chess player, best Serbian women player, Teodora Vrnjacka.
And thank you very much for having me and for nice words.
Well, you deserve that.
Thank you.
So Teodora is doing great in this tournament so far. She already made 3 draws against 3 2600 GMs.
Yeah, I mean 25 plus, yeah.
Okay, 20. You're very
To be
humble.
precise, yes.
Okay, don't forget in CGS this year, she already beat. You actually drew against Van Forest and Ivanchuk.
Yeah, and Musar also.
And
yeah.
Musar. So she's doing great against 2700s, and we're not so surprised with her great results so far. So Teodora, how are you satisfied with, and what are your experiences first of all with organization of the tournament and incomplete with your play and in general everything?
Okay, so first of all, I'm very happy that this tournament is being held in Serbia. Actually last year we had Grand Prix held in Belgrade, and it's been so much since we haven't had like a very strong tournament like this, Swiss tournament. So it's really like great pleasure. Also, I think this city, Vrnjacka Banja, I'm not sure if foreigners are very well, if they know the city very well, but it used to be a very strong chess city, and I think that every chess player from Serbia feels very comfortable here. It's a very nice atmosphere, and the town is very small, like there's not a lot of traffic, and its place is very natural, so it's very nice. And yeah, organization is very good. I don't have any bad words about that. And as for my tournament, it's, I mean, as you said, I drew 3 pretty good players, I can say. I won 2 games and lost 1, so I'm on 3.5 out of 6. And yeah, today I drew with black, so hopefully tomorrow with white will be good.
It's so nice, yeah. With white pieces, you're
exactly.
extremely tough. So
Yes.
it's gonna be difficult to whoever you actually play. Also, lately your shape is moving up, which is pretty good. Seriously speaking, you drew and defeated so many good players, and you're apart from the fact that you're like top Serbian women player, you're also now heading for a men's GM title.
Well, yeah, now I completed IM title, so I'm waiting for FIDE to actually approve it in the next council. So yeah, I mean, I still, I don't have any GM norms yet, but of course I'm ambitious, and I'm trying to work very hard, and hopefully it will come. Yeah.
Well, hopefully, and we wish you the best of luck of that. Would you share
Thank
your
you.
thoughts and experiences from today's game against the Grandmaster Majdalishvili?
Of course. So it was a very interesting game. I actually didn't really prepare this line because he plays like everything with white, even e4, d4, literally every first move I think he played. So, okay, the opening is very solid, this with g6. Yeah, so actually the first point is that here he played c4, which looks a bit weird, not developing the bishop first, but it has some points. If I, let's say, go c6 first, there are maybe some queen a4 thing moves trying to kind of not allow me to capture back with a pawn. So there are some tricks, and I thought, like, let's just take it, and I knew some kind of how to develop, at least, because it's not a very theoretical position, it's more important to know plans. So okay, it was all standard here. Bishop d2, because I thought if he goes bishop g2, there might be some tricks with e4, and then his king wouldn't be able to castle. So he goes correctly, bishop d2, knight g7, bishop g2. Yes, and this was the first important moment where he goes b4, and now I have this move e4, attacking the knight and also attacking the rook. But here, after white takes, I didn't check with engine, but I think that here white has a very, very good compensation. Bishop h6 is coming, and it just looks very dangerous. But here I spent actually 30 minutes for the move because I was not happy that I allowed b4 because also I didn't have to castle the last move. I could just prevent it with a5. Just somehow I forgot about it. So okay, I had to play a6 in the end, rook c1, bishop f5. Now I thought I can try to play for some e4, but he doesn't allow it. Knight g5, rook b8. Yeah, now I'm trying to go bishop c6 to try to change the bishops, but I was not really happy here because it looks a bit passive. My knight on e7 I thought is really not having some great future. So yeah, I was not happy, but I tried to like hold on. Knight e6, and now I think very good move, knight f3, kind of forcing me to play f6 because I don't have a very nice way to protect the pawn. So f6, queen b3, I play queen e8. I guess it's good because I didn't want to spend time on like moving the king from this diagonal. Try to protect it with the queen. So this is all, I think, fine. Yeah, and I think it's important to say here that I usually struggle with time trouble. I somehow have to try to fix it. And here it's move it's move 20, and I think I'm already down to maybe 4 minutes, which is crazy to have 4 minutes for 20 remaining moves. And my opponent had maybe 20 minutes, something like that. So it's huge pressure. Also position, I didn't really feel very comfortable. But okay, then he started also burning some time because he wants to play for my time, I guess, a bit, but also he wants to stay solid. So it's always something to think about. So a4. Yeah, now it's becoming dynamic.
But looks like he got nothing out of the opening.
Him.
Yeah, even though it looked at some point okay for white, but you defended well there.
Yeah, I also think so. Now it's a tricky bishop h3 move because last move I took bishop e5, and now it looks a little bit maybe unnatural to go back, but actually if I go something, let's say some random move, like it doesn't matter, there is this trick with knight e5, and this knight is hanging, so I lose. So I had to go back. And now also I'm threatening, now I'm the one who is threatening some knight c5 and the bishop is hanging, so he has to go back. Yeah, knight c6, and now I thought that I'm kind of overtaking because of this d4 square, and also this rook suddenly became very active, which I was not hoping for in the beginning. But as I said, I had like 2 minutes here, so I really just tried not to blunder anything. And yeah, then some complications happened. I find some moves. I mean, there are many options for both sides here, but in general, we found this repetition, which I guess it's correct because I even talked to him after the game. We both couldn't see the way to continue, so that's how it finished.
You play a very solid game without any, like. All the time it was maybe a tiny bit better for white, but in general it was very solid. What are your plans for the future after this tournament? Do you have some interesting ideas?
Well, nothing is for sure yet, but I was planning to maybe play 1 to 2 tournaments in April, maybe some open tournament in Norway, and perhaps some Menorca Open in Spain. So in general, I would really try to, I would like to try to kind of play open tournaments as much as possible, because I think that many people might, misunderstand this, but women chess is very unique in a way that it's good because you can get prizes, of course, and even with lower rating, we can have basically great life. But I think that it's also limited in a way that you can't really improve your rating as much as you can do it in open tournaments. So That's why I will be missing European Woman, which will be played immediately after this tournament, just because I want to really try to improve my chess, just focus on pure improvement. So yeah, I hope it will be good.
So in general, you just want to become a man GM.
Yes,
We can
to
feel
say
it.
it shortly, yes.
We can feel it here. So, well, I wish you the best of luck
Thank you.
in becoming a successful GM.
Thank you.
For sure, you're already like the best Serbian women player, and it's gonna stay for a long, and for a while like that. And what can I say? Men in Serbia, they don't have an easy time when they play against you. Everybody, like fears you, and let's just hope it's gonna stay that way. And Teodora, you're gonna crush us all.
Yeah, hopefully.
So thanks so much for being our guest. Happy Women's Day.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thanks so much. We're just going to keep on covering some games. If you like, you can cover some games with us, or maybe you just...
I'm a bit tired, to be honest, so
Yeah.
maybe I can come another day. And
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely. You're going to be always welcome here.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so this was best Serbian player, Teodora Injac. You could hear her. She's performing really well here. 3 draws against 3 pretty strong GMs. She keeps on improving, and very soon we expect her to become a man GM. Thanks so much for being with us here. So let's take a look at the last games for today. So here we just have to see what's happening on these boards. Jules Mussar against Mastro Vasilis. They kept on playing. Jules Mussar wants to push somehow here, but position up objectively looks drawn almost all the time. There are also some tricks, but I see more tricks from Black's point of view than from White's point of view, although position is roughly equal. Then we have game, what happened in this game? Brkic, Pretke, he even had some chance. Brkic was most of the game in full control of the game, but just like you see here, he's gonna have difficulties to win this one. I don't even see how is he gonna win this one. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, so king e5, rook takes, can black take rook on h4? So that's the question. Because I'm just, it's not easy because he just wants to push, and this is a very interesting thing here. So d6, king e6, some mating threats. But okay, after rook takes h4, d6 is the only move, and then what is gonna or might be threatening some sort of like rook h4 in this position or something. I don't know, maybe not even rook h4, maybe just to move the rook down, and after d6 to create his passer with g5. But I don't think Brkic is going to be able to win this one. And that's what I told you yesterday. We had Alexander Pretke as our guest. Many times out of the openings, he had some practical problems after the openings, but then right after in the middle games, he's like really good. Here, his middle game was okay all the time. Brkic was in full control of the game, but after that, he really managed to, looks like, save this game in the end game. So he's really good in practical chess. Okay, let's move on to the next game. It's Frederick Svane against Ivan Šarić. Svane seems to be completely winning in this one. Every single time we look at this position, it looks better and better for White. So something went wrong for Šarić in the middle game because his position looked okay for quite a while. This is absolutely winning. Let's move on to the next games. So we just have Ponomarev against Parligras. Ponomarev is in full control of this game. He's like he's got a bishop pair advantage. Korobov also pointed out how weak is this pawn on c6, and for sure he's going to be able to finish black off in this game. Definitely everything is in full control for white. Okay, let's carry on with another one. What else do we have there? We in this position also have, like, just a moment, Shevchenko, Stefansson. Shevchenko, Stefansson. Last move is king h4. He threatens. I was about to say what's happening after h2, but he actually threatens mate in 1. Rook e5 is just mate next move, so this is just completely winning. And we just expect of black to resign this game every single moment. Okay, so he can't find salvation in this game because of rook g4, then king takes h3. A very, very nice win by Shevchenko. But what was happening in that game, let me just see. So at this point he played rook g7, threatening the pawn, then pinned the rook, then played king f3, g5, played rook g7 to go after that pawn, king g3, and after king f5 came up with rook e7 and king h4. What a nice way to win this rook endgame, and probably black absolutely missed this calm rook e7 move where white is just finishing black, and that's the way it is now. This position seems to be completely winning, and this guy is about to lose and resign every moment. Gledura Glen Sulejmanli. Gledura seems to be completely winning here. He's up a pawn. You know the golden rule of these endgames. As Botvinnik pointed out, that's a pawn endgame formula that can be applied on knight endgames. With the way you play pawn endgames, you should be playing knight endgames. And in this case, it means since there are like two wing pawns, this black king cannot go after both of these pawns at the same time, and this is like completely winning for white. Okay, what else do we have there? We check these games. Petrosian against Sichev. Nasuta against Kuzubov is now drawn. That's very interesting. Actually, this now even looks more dangerous. This is a very interesting game because all the time Nasuta at this point looked completely winning, and then in mutual time trouble after b5 and c8 there was something wrong that he did, and it was at this moment when he played knight b6. So he was completely winning. He made that knight b6 mistake. Kuzubov just properly calculated this, played bishop e4. What a nice salvation there. And after knight e6, put that bishop there. Oh my goodness, take a look at this one. Promoted the queen, and now even creates some counter chances, and Nasuta has to look for perpetual checks, and he should be satisfied with the draw. But let's be objective. In this game, Kuzubov was the one who was doing better in the middle game. Then Nasuta turns the upside down game, and he was the one in control. Right now, it's gonna be equalish, and it's a very, very nice. Once again, I have to show you this one because it's a beautiful way of solving the game. So look at this one. Looks completely winning for white. He's down on exchange. He plays here b4. What a nice practical move to go for something. The guy goes knight b6, and everything looks completely in control and winning. He says, okay, let me just go with knight c8. Who's gonna stop this? And he probably said, okay, but if he plays bishop e4, I'll move my knight, and afterwards I'll give check, and I can. But all of a sudden, after this, bishop f8, taking here, he promoted the queen with the check, went with f3, and he now has to keep giving these checks from dusk till dawn, and this position is gonna be drawn. What a nice salvation by Kuzubov, and this was a very lovely defense by black. Okay, Petrosian against Sichev. Whoever is familiar with this type of endgames, he should know that this should be drawn eventually, because once the king comes to f4, rook is going to be on f8. He can take on f3 because of rook f5. If he pushes g4, this is just a drawn endgame. So all things considered, this is drawn, and Manuel Petrosian shouldn't have much problems with drawing this position. Okay, let's move on. Ponomarev is more and more, he keeps on improving position every single time we check this. His opponent played bishop e4. And right now, king can even improve itself with king d2 and king e3, then to go with rook a8 and go after the pawn on h6 with rook h8. That's the way to go there. White looks a lot better in this position. Okay, that's the way it is. So what else do we have there? Do we have Injic in the meantime won? Very, very lovely way of winning that game. He went for his favorite Benoni opening. Queen c1, bishop e3, played bishop f5, h4, knight d2. Injic sacrificed this exchange. It's a typical sacrifice. Just reminds me of those type of sacrifices that happen in Petrov defense. Knight e6, knight e8, e4, knight d7. Do you know what is interesting? Do you know what is interesting? Someone at some point said that Injic was lost. I would highly disagree with that, because I absolutely see full control by Injic throughout the whole game. So sometimes, guys, you shouldn't evaluate these games just by material. And even engines, for example, this is a typical game where queen and two knights were absolutely doing fantastic. Also, this was a very nice exchange sex. So if you ask me, this was a beautiful game with full control from the beginning till the end, and I would highly disagree with those who in the chat room said that he was lost in the game. And this game didn't go from being lost to win this game. No, absolute control throughout the whole game. So congratulations to Alexander. He made a great win today, and tomorrow we're gonna watch him playing white. And as a Serbian team captain and his good friend, I'm very happy to see him on top boards. Okay, so let's go there. Jules Mussar against Master Vasilis. These guys are just testing our nerves. Okay, this is gonna be a draw sooner or later. We all know that it's 6 against 6. 6 pawns on both sides, so this is absolutely drawn. So what else do we have there? Zvana against Šarić. Šarić is putting up fight. Yesterday he was worse. He managed to save the game, but today this position seems completely winning. Okay, black is just threatening bishop g7. So for all of you who believe that the move like rook c6, bishop f3 could work, it does not because of bishop g7, but probably king can move, and no, he doesn't have to move the king, even bishop h5. Sorry, bishop h5, bishop g7. So just a moment, bishop g7 is threatened. What should he do here? How is he supposed to play this position? Bishop g7 is threat. And this is very interesting because king b1 seems to be almost the only move there. Moving the king not on the a file because of rook a7 check, so king b1. And the one thing is good about Šarić's game, he's up on time. So maybe he can find some sort of like defense or once again, miracle to save this game. But okay, we're gonna keep on following these games. Let's go with Pretke drew his game against Brkic. That's good result for Pretke after he was worse most of the game. Ponomarev is now even better than a few moments ago. But Parligeras keep on, like shuffling his pieces around and waiting for final break of Ponomarev. He keeps on improving his position. White seems to be in full control here. What else do we have there? We have like Petrosian against Sichev. Abbasov Nijet won his game finally. Ivanchuk won. That's a nice comeback after a few draws. He now made 2 wins in a row, and now Ivanchuk is in top, 4.5 out of 6. Iskandarov won. Jan Subel against Vladislav Kovalyev. Jan Subel is up 2 pawns. Although there is a problem, his king is cornered on h5. His pawn on h4 is a wing pawn, which practically means he has to show like lots of great skills in order to win this one. It's not gonna be an easy job. So this is, from practical point of view, I would say position with a good practical chances to win the game, but still, I believe it also could be said it could be defendable type of the game. Problem of Kovalyev is that he's running out of time. Okay, what else do we have there? So Shevchenko won his game. That's news. Okay, so what against this guy? Seaman against Kobo Ore. He just captured on f5. What did he capture there? Captured the knight. Seaman is going to take. He's up a pawn. His pieces are better. He's completely winning, and he shouldn't have problems to win this endgame. But I believe he also was winning yesterday, and I'm not sure. I believe he didn't win the game. Okay, what is happening on other boards? Big win by Serbian GM Milan Zajic against Grandmaster Moritzi Andrea. It's a nice win. Congratulations to Milan. Anton Giharo is having problems to convert a bishop pair advantage, and looks like he's gonna be having problems to really win this one because he's down a pawn. Yes, he does have those bishop pair. He's got everything, but looks like Black is just having good practical chances to save this game. Yes, Gihara is the one who's fighting here for a win, but will he be able to finish off his opponent? I don't think so, but okay, as long as there are chances, he's the one who's gonna push there for a win. Okay, Donchenko is also having problems against Fatalieva. Donchenko is only currently down a pawn. He's got a better rook. It's behind the pawn, supporting the pawn on h5. It's a well-placed knight on f3. So this looks a tiny bit better for white, but it definitely looks defendable from Black's point of view, although lots of things may happen here. Ulvia Fatalieva, very experienced, good, and it's not going to be an easy job for Donchenko. So also lots of pretty good results for women today. Garyachkina absolutely did a great job there with the black pieces. Teodora Ignatz, you could see she drew Majdalishvili. Fatalieva is doing good here. And somebody asked me to look at Kalogeris Muradli final position. Let's go with that one. I'll take a look at that one. Kalogeris Muradli. Let's just see how Kalkias did. Kalkias drew his position even though he was a lot better there. Ioannidis drew against Lupulescu, and I don't even see Kalogeris. Velimir Ivic drew. Kalogeris Muradli, let's take a look at that. Oh my goodness, look at this one. There are like 4 queens on the board. What a crazy position. Take a look at this one. So wait a sec. Queen f4 is the last move. What if king g7 here? King g7. Take a look at, king g7, queen f7, king h6, queen d2. Wow, wow, take a look at this one. 4 queens on the board, and he came up with this one. If king g7, queen f7, king h6, boom, all the way down and delivering this checkmate. Very funny last position, thanks for that, and that was a good tip. Jules Mussar against Master Vasilis. We keep on following this game. I really don't know what is white playing for here, and is he one who's actually playing this position and a winner black? Because he cannot improve this position, definitely by playing these king moves. Black is the one who's okay with the draw here. His bishop cannot move from g4, but I really don't know how is Jules Mussar going to, improve his position, based on what? So this is drawn. And it's been drawn for like last, take a look at this one. So Frederick Zvane went into type of the end game, obstacle at bishop's end game, where he's like up to pawns. It's always a very risky decision to go into a type of an end game like this, because you need to show off your skills. Okay, we all know that they should be winning, but still, there is a great possibility that you might make mistake and do something wrong and make a draw in this game. So Šarić is really fighting hard in these games, and I just have to compliment him for, not only fighting hard, but yesterday he saved the worst position. Will he be able to do the same today? That's very interesting, and we keep on watching this game. Bishop a6 is a relatively logic thing. Why on this diagonal? Because he wants to block the pawn on a3 so he cannot move forward. He's just gonna stop this pawn and go with his king slowly but surely, trying to move these pawns on g3 and h2. Just like I said, technically you should be winning for white, but you're always in a great risk to go into the obstacle type of bishops, and you always have to be on top of your task there. So this is going to be interesting to watch. Šarić is way better in terms of his time. Jules Mussar, Master Vasilis, Ponomarev keeps on writing down his opponent. He's been doing that for like last 4 hours, and as far as I'm concerned, this game is absolutely out of question. Looks completely winning for white, and for sure Ponomarev won't miss something like this. Petrosian, Sichev, Kuzubov drew against Nasuta after a crazy game. That's another thing. Subel is getting better and better. Kovalyev is in serious problems. This guy threatens knight g5 mate. Knight a6 Kovalyev. Is he lost? Knight f5 doesn't work. If this one, oh my goodness, take a look at this one. What if, why not knight e6 now? Knight e6 at this moment, but how did it happen? So he played king f7, rook h4, he came up with this knight g5. Why knight g5? I mean, okay, this one. And now, king f6, king f6, and wins the game on the spot. Not king f6, king f6, king h5. No, wait a sec. What's wrong with knight e6 at this moment? Knight e6. But at knight e6, king h7, I guess. On knight e6, king h7. And Rook is not on the... look at this. Knight e6, king h7, even knight d4, rook d4, f6 works because the rook is not on the long diagonal. Actually, no. Then rook a4, and it's on the long diagonal. So not like that. Just give me a moment. Knight a6, king h7. But knight a6, yeah, knight a6, king h7, and now I was just checking if I'm thinking about knight d4, rook d4, f6, but in that case, rook a4, it's on the long side, so it should be drawn. So that one doesn't seem to be working. Knight g5, he just repeated that position, and black is defending that position successfully. Rook b4 doesn't work due to knight f5. Can he play something like, oh, take a look at the move, king f6? King f6, and you don't have knight f5, because I go knight g5, king h6, and rook h8. So the winning move is king f6. The winning move should be king f6. King f6, knight e6, f takes e6, a rook f4, king e5, rook f1, e7, and he can't stop promotion on the back rank. So yeah, this is winning. So king f6, I see as a winning move here for white. So king f6, idea is knight, in case of knight f5, hoping for some endgame with the rook and the knight against the rook, which is holdable. But if king f6, knight f5, you just go knight g5, only move is king h6, and then you just go rook h8, checkmate. So let's see what is white going to do in this endgame. It's quite an interesting when it comes to endgames. It's full of calculation, and you just have to be ready to find these kinds of things. You're just getting more and more tired, so it's difficult. But let's just see how is white going to play this. But wait a second, king f6, maybe knight f3. And if knight f3, then what to do in that case? King f6, knight f3, right? Stopping knight g5, that's the point. So, I don't know, king f6, knight f3, something like that. So, not... do you know what is interesting line? Knight g5, king h6, king f6. That's the most correct order most. So knight g5, king h6, king f6. And now you're threatening. Rook h8, but in case of that, king h5. In case of that, king h5. So that's a stupid thing. So king f6, only move is knight f3. And what to do against that one? King f6, knight f3. Looks winning, but you just have to calculate properly what to do there. Let's go to Ivan Šarić's game against Frederick Zvane. Now this is winning. Do you know why it's winning? Because he's got like these two passed pawns, and you just go, even anything is just winning here because you're just creating like two passers. You go with, yeah, g6, but is completely winning, and now you just go with one, with the king on another passer because he has to use the king for one passer. Where the black king goes, you then just go with your king on another side of the board. So this is like a winning position. Okay, so what else do we have there? Šarić is now lost. Parligras is now lost. So this is, he keeps on getting worse and worse king. Knight e7 doesn't work because of bishop e6, king c7, bishop takes e7. So probably even bishop f7 could work at this point. But for example, Ponomarev probably should take his king to improve his its position a little bit more, and then to go with something. So Parlidas also finds some very resourceful defenses here. Okay, in the meantime, Šarić resigned. Even though he was fighting so hard, he eventually resigned. Subel, he hasn't made a move yet. So we have only, how many games on top boards? We have 4 games. Seaman against Koba Ora is now completely winning. He's up a piece. So Black is about to resign his game every single moment. That's the thing. Let's just see a few more. Teklov against Teklov Pavel. So he's up a rook, but I guess Black could definitely go with some sort of like perpetual check, saving his king. Because let's see, Queen G2, let's just see a couple, let's just see a couple last moves. So the thing is, if King E2, Queen G2, and King E3, Queen F3, and King D4, Queen D3 is checkmate, so the king cannot go there. King goes back to D2, then you have like even Queen to D3, King C1, Queen to F1, King to D2, King to F2, King to C3, Queen to C5, perpetual check. So this is drawn, perpetual check by Black. There is no way for Black to, there is no way for White to improve his king in this position. We only have 2 more games ongoing. This one that we've just spoke about. Let's take a look at Anton Guijarro. This is still possible to push for a win. He's about to win the pawn on h6. After he wins the pawn on h6, he's gonna try to support this a pawn. White will have to give one piece for that pawn. So this is it's still with a great practical, possibility to push this one for a win. So it's still not clear. I still believe White has nice practical chances to push here for a win. Donchenko against Fatalieva. Fatalieva now goes with this move. It's a great move. Donchenko cannot take on e2 because of knight c5. And after knight c5, king moves, knight takes a4. He's not ready to, take such a big risk. So this move, rook e7, is very nice. It prevents king from taking on e2, and at the same time creates lots of practical, counter chances. There is a very interesting thing about this one, and that thing is that both sides still keep some counter chances for pushing this game for a win. Let's go to that game but okay, they're just running out of time, so it could be interesting to watch them playing here faster. Definitely the biggest surprise of the tournament, Korkolos from Greece, fantastic 5.5 out of 6. Don't forget, amongst all these top GMs, the guy is still an IM. Okay, we all know that he's got a GM strength, that he's got a GM rating, but still the guy is an IM, and he's having fantastic, amazing 5.5 out of 6. And tomorrow he's going to play against Anton Korobov. That's gonna be a real derby. Okay, so let's go with rook e7 by Black, going and supporting the pawn on e2. Donchenko, oh la la, let's take a look what happened there, because Donchenko after b3, after a fantastic move by Fatalieva, played rook e7. He moved the king as a blocking piece. We all know that it's not a good thing to block your... But okay, as long as he's got a knight on f3, he's going to keep controlling e1. Fatalieva threatens to win the rook and the pawn on b3 also at some point, to jump on d3 and to support the queen. Probably rook a3 if nothing else. Probably rook a3, and if... a very interesting position. And if knight to d3, king to d2. But black is also not supposed to push this pawn and to give it up for... Oof, this rook d4, now it's drawn, I believe. After... Let's just see what is black gonna do and wanna go for, but... Knight to b3, rook to d5. Is there anything better for black apart from knight takes b3, rook to d5? This rook to d4 looks like a very cunning idea by white. So if knight takes on b3, he's gonna take on d5, and this is gonna be a very, very, you know, like kind of stranded knight there. So probably knight, rook to a3, very nice move. Trying to remove the knight, I like it. King after rook takes f3. So if rook takes d5, supporting the knight d3, a very nice move. Fatalieva is playing great this. She's running out of time, but she's doing great. Donchenko is also, you know, like low on time, so this is interesting. And just like I told you, there is some sort of like symbolism in today's day, International Women's Day. And at the same time, all these women, they're just playing very, very strong and performing really good today. So let's just see what's happening here. After rook to a3, it's Donchenko's turn. He played b4. Okay. She probably has to go with the knight d3. Knight d3, knight d3, rook d3, king e2, rook b3. Rook b3 and knight d3. Do you know what's the problem? If knight d3, king d2, rook takes f3, king e2, and then knight comes on. She came up with the knight d3. Engine at this point says it's winning for black. I don't see a win, to be honest. And now she played knight to d3, king to d2. She's gonna take this knight on f3. Donchenko managed to create these passed pawns, which is very dangerous here. Very dangerous. So this is not an easy endgame for both of them. Full of mutual possibilities to come up and to make mistake. And you know what? That's why I believe, because he managed to connect these pawns and to create these connected pawns, I believe this is absolutely, absolutely difficult game. Oh, now rook to b3. Rook to b3. Rook e5, rook b2, check first, rook b4, and it's run. Yeah, rook to b3, and now it's run. But you know what? This was so difficult and somehow so shaky for assessing this position, because all the time, both of them can lose their game and, you know, like make mistake and lose the game. So after rook to d5, rook b3, rook e5, rook b2, king d3, rook b4, and it's drawn. Wow. But I just have to praise Fatalieva for playing this endgame on a really, really high level throughout the whole game. I don't see what else she could go for but rook to b3 and picking up these pawns and somehow equalizing the game. Rook to b3, right? we're just waiting to see events and changes on the board. But you know what? On rook to b3, a6, rook b2, king somewhere, rook b4, and a7, you just have rook a4. Yeah, exactly. Rook to b3. She did it. She did it. We don't have time and the correct clocks. Donchenko can play a6, but then rook b2 check, rook b4. Even rook a5 he doesn't manage in time, rook b8. If rook e5, rook a4, this is run. We'll get back to this game, but let's just take a look at other game. Ponomarev against Parligras. Those are the obstacle, the bishops. He's up 2 pawns, cut off the king, so this is completely winning. We won't analyze this one. This is like, oops, this is just mistake. So the thing is, let me just see what's happening there. So all the games are done. Jan Subel against Kovalev, yeah. Oh la la. Yeah, he managed to cut off the king. So let's see what happened in that position. How did he play there? So he played knight a6, king h7, and played f6. I did not talk about this move. Knight f5. Somebody said knight g5. Sorry, king f6, knight f3 to stop knight g5, and then knight f8. And what if this? Knight here. Knight here and delivering checkmate and attacking the rook. That was easier win by Jan Subel. I would agree with that one. In the game, he went with knight a6, f6, knight g5, knight f3, pretty much the same. Rook here, first check, came up with this check. Oh my goodness. He really had to show some top skills in order to win this one. This is now completely winning. Why? Because he just goes with rook on g1, threatening mate. He doesn't have time. Why this? I mean, okay, even this one could be winning, but why not rook g1? He threatens rook h8, rook h1 mate. A rook cannot reach the long side. King is gonna go on h6 now, but okay, it's still winning. I mean, no matter what he does here, it's just completely winning. So it's a very strong win from Slovenian player today against Kovalev. Kovalev keeps on suffering in this tournament, and that's the way it is. Okay, played rook g7. This is winning completely. Ponomarev is winning. Jan Subel is winning as well. Seaman against Kobo Ori. Oh, take a look at this endgame. King is not in squares, so basically he just has to play c6, h2, knight f2, e4, and this is Kobo Ori resigned, exactly. We have like few more games only. Ponomarev is winning, Subel is winning, Anton Guijarro is now winning. I told you he's got a great practical chances to push this for a win, and that's exactly what's happening here. Yeah, this guy didn't find the proper defense. Let's just see what happened in that game. So I told you that he's gonna use both of these bishops to somehow push. h6 was about to fall. Bishop f3, oh my goodness. Take a look at this one. Bishop f2, knight d2. He was probably not supposed to allow that pawn to get anywhere else, but this. Knight e4, bishop b6, king f5. Oh my goodness. This was so easily drawish, and he made a mistake. This is, I don't know, I wouldn't be like to be in his place. Fighting so hard against such a good player, getting to almost drawn position, and then spoiling everything in a deep endgame. Really sad story for this guy. Ponomarev against Parligras, more and more winning. Now 3 pawns up. Parligras is about to lose. The only hope in his position is the pawn on e5. So he's about to resign this game every single moment. We all know that. And what is in Subel's game? Let's go for that one. He is showing some basic rook endgame skills, so he just wants to go with, if the rook goes on the long side, rook a2, he just gives check, go with his king on g8 and promotes the queen, so Kovalev is about to resign. And you know what? With the last two games here broadcasting, we're so close to finish this commentary for today, but let's just see if he's gonna put up his fight a little bit more or not, but this is completely lost. He doesn't even have any of the practical chances to save this game. So that's the way it is. We're just waiting for his move, but I'd rather believe that he resigned the game. I was right. How many times I was right here? And once again, okay. So we just has to see Ponomarev won against Parligras. We have no more games. Anton Giharo is the only guy who's playing here. Donchenko, Fatalieva, look at the end game. Look at the end game. Just the Mark Dvoretsky calls this shouldering. So he's not supposed to allow his king to get closer to the king. So she's gonna go with king f4. That's shouldering. So just like with the shoulder, you're just kicking away the king and not allowing to get closer to your king. So king f4 is a drawn endgame, and then he can just king f4. She's shouldering Donchenko. Look at this. And now she can push the pawn, go with the king g3. Okay. This is a nice one. Fantastic defense by Fatalieva in this endgame against top GM Donchenko, who's one of the guys who came in this tournament with probably in the best shape. He won the challengers in Vaikanze. Fantastic, really fantastic defense, and I'm impressed with her endgame skills. Actually, not only endgame skills, but throughout the whole middle game and afterwards, the endgame, she was defending worse position and she managed to defend it. Really impressive. Rook h7, king g3, king e4, king g2, check. Then she's going to angle and corner his king, sorry, her king, and it is going to be in stalemate, which is gonna be drawn. Okay, so this is really, really nice. So rook h7, I'm just expecting this one. King g3, king e4, king g2. She wants to promote check. Then you just corner your king, which doesn't mean that other moves are not drawn, but and then she cannot approach with the king because it's gonna be drawn. But let's see how is Donchenko going to play here. He played rook h7, right? He played rook to h7 in this endgame. She played king to g3, king e4, king g2. He played king to e3. She is going to promote the queen. Maybe she can have some fun by promoting the rook here, because promoting the rook should also be drawn. But okay, let's just see. No, of course, I'm joking. She should be promoting the queen, and he doesn't have anything here, and we're just expecting another game to be drawn here. We had so many guests today. We had the president of the European Chess Union, Mr. Zurab Azmayparashvili. We had leader of this tournament, Anton Korobov. We have GM Denis Kadric, who's doing just fantastic in this tournament. We had lovely Teodora Injac, best Serbian woman player. And with this game, we're just finishing broadcast for today. And all the games are almost done. Anton Giharo is about to win his game as well. Let's just wait and see this win, because he's not supposed to give up pawn. He's not supposed to give up pawn for the knight, in which case it's going to be opposite color bishop. So he still has to show some skills in cornering this knight and winning this one. So he's not supposed to play f5. So probably, so king f6. So knight has to be given for the pawn on f4. That's the point. And then it's going to be drawn. But, maybe king f6, I guess. King f6. King f6 with the idea king e6. In these type of positions, your king should go and approach the knight that way. He played bishop d4, knight b5. Maybe he's going to play bishop e5 now. Let me just see if it's winning. Bishop e5, king e7, f5. And then your knight is kind of trapped. Bishop e5, king a7. No, bishop e5, knight a7. f5, knight e6. So it's not enough. It's not enough. So not bishop e5. In that case, just it's not so easy. It's still, you still have to show some skills to win this one. Take a look at this one. It's a funny endgame. I like it. I mean, even though we all know it should be winning, but I didn't like his bishop d4 move. Why bishop d4? What was wrong with moving the king here? Like king f6 followed by king e6. Okay, he just played bishop g1. This guy played knight d6. Let's go with the king on f6 now. Let's go with the king on f6 now. So once again, he's not supposed to give up pawn on f4 for the knight. Then it's going to be the opposite color bishop because it's not controlling the promoting square a8. So in that case, it's just going to be drawn. So he has to move the king here. And it's the only game ongoing on all these top boards. And this guy, Nicholas Waschinger, he was fighting so hard. He had a drawn position, and just like you see, yeah, king f6. It looks like Ihara can hear my commentary. King f6, and this is now winning because you don't have a way to approach with this knight and to somehow win the pawn on f4. Even though we know how important and miraculous piece is the knight in mutual time troubles, but in this case, it's not going to be enough. So king f6 followed by king e6, and it should be completely winning. Once again, many of you, I'm just talking about low-rated guys and club players, would push this pawn to f4, from f4 to f5, and then you would instantly make a draw. So here you just have to use your king to kick the knight away. First of all, you want to chase it away, but at the same time, you want to kick it away so you can easily push your pawn afterwards. Maybe knight e4 check, but after king e5, knight g3. And look at this one. So it's also very interesting. Yeah, and now bishop f2. And now bishop f2 and say, see you, buddy, next time. You put up a great fight. That was a good resistance, but not enough for me tonight. So bishop f2, even bishop h2 could be winning, but okay, I'm just having fun here. Of course, bishop f2 is winning here. Bishop f2, knight h5, f5. And now you don't have time to play knight g7, yet you cannot play, but wait a sec. Bishop f2, knight h5, f5, king a8, and now you have to approach with the king closer, and you don't have f6 because it's drawn, king e6 because of knight g7. But in that case, you first play bishop d4, and then go with king e6, because in that case, he's not going to have. So now bishop d4 should be winning. He played f5. Now king a8, of course, only move. And then bishop d4. Bishop d4 in order to cut away this knight from jumping on g7 once you go with the king on e6. Oof. He had to show like some very nice skills here to win this one. So king a8, that's practically the only move for black. You also find a nice resource, defensive resource, with the knight being on the angle of the board. So being on the edge of the board here on h5, it controls those king e6 ideas. King cannot approach to any of these squares. I'm talking about the squares e6 because of knight g7, but after king a8, bishop d4 just wins on the spot. Very difficult win for Guijarro in this game. Yeah, exactly. So look what happened. After king a8, he played bishop d4, and now king comes on e6 and says, okay, I'm just about to... Do you know what is he going to do here? He's going to... Okay, he goes king e6, knight f4. I wanted to say king d6, but in that case, knight h5. A very interesting one. It's a funny endgame. The thing is, he can't go with, I mean, he did all this to play king e6, but after knight f4, if he goes king f7, now knight is gonna wait on f4 till you make the king move. Then if you go on the queen side, knight goes on h5. If you go on the king side, knight goes on d5. But that's a miraculous thing about the knights in chess. But regarding this thing, you just have to know Anton Guijarro is actually taking all of his time so we're just waiting for his move. Of course, we get this thing like he's running out of time. He played king to d5. He played king to d5. Okay, that doesn't change anything as far as I'm concerned. So what if black just plays now? What if on king a8, he obviously wants to go with some sort of like, can he go king c6? King a8, king c6, on knight g7 or knight f6 you take, and he's not in stalemate. On knight g3 he goes f6. Yeah. Yeah, knight f4 is the only move. King d6, knight h5. It's not easy even now to win this one. Do you know what's the plan? King d6, knight h5, king e7, king a8, and now bishop e5, trapping up the knight. And when he takes there, you approach with the king, knight is trapped, and that's how to win. So this is the plan. King d6, knight h5, he goes with the bishop on. He first improves the position of the king, king e7, and after that, why king e4? Why king e4? He doesn't want to give us chance to go on a dinner. I mean, I know, okay, even this one is winning. Okay, even this one is winning. Yeah. He's actually just going from the rear. So if knight h5, he's gonna play bishop e5, king a7, king f3, king b7, king g4, and that's win. Yeah, king e4 just wins the game, just in a different way. instead of going from the top of the board, he goes from the rear by king e4. So after knight h5, he's going to play bishop e5, trap the knight in the middle of the board, and after that, he's going to go with king f3, king g4, picking up that knight. What a nice endgame. For a long time, I haven't seen a more interesting position. And finally, he won. Okay, so that would be all for today. Gihara managed to win this game. We just checked every single game that is ongoing on top 90 boards. Hope that you enjoyed this broadcast, and see you tomorrow at the same time. Thanks all for watching. Bye bye, guys.